episode of Surviving the Survivor, we bring you the best guests in all of true crime. Don't forget to subscribe and smash that like button. Here's your host, Emmy Award-winning broadcaster, Joel Waldman.
Welcome, STS Nation. We appreciate you guys being here. Joel is hopping on in the next few minutes. We also have some legal analysts that are going to be coming on as best guests to break down this morning's parole hearing. We are expecting
we are waiting
Susan
for case
Smith's
number
parole
6,
hearing.
Henry Bluer.
Right now, they are taking other defendants first, and we will keep you guys updated. Please stand by. Joel will be on here in just another couple of minutes. Thanks so much, everyone. Please remember to subscribe and hit the like button.
Okay, it appears we're having some difficulty with retrieving all parties involved. One moment as we clear the room. And we will head to Kirkland for case 30, Charles Sherraw. Case 30, Charles Sherraw. One moment as Kirkland connects. Hello there, Kirkland. We're here for case 30, Mr. Charles Sherraw. Hello there, Kirkland. Confirming you are Mr. Charles Sherraw.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for joining. You're before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Sherraw. We hope you are doing well this morning. Please tell us what you have done to get ready for parole.
Much I can do right now, because I don't have a place to stay. My sister was sponsoring me, but at this time she did not sponsor me for parole. I don't have nowhere to go to.
Okay, have you taken any programs or had any counseling or anything that's been helpful to you while you've been incarcerated?
I went through the Narcotics Anonymous program, and it was one more program. I forget what it was, but it's been a long time ago. I've been locked up 40 years.
Yes, sir. I see that you have some infractions from within the institution from this year. Is there any reason for that, sir?
Well, of course there's a reason. I got caught with a cell phone as I was transferred from Ridgeland Correctional Institute to Lever some time back. And the cell phone didn't even work. Somebody gave it to me. Cell phones cost $2,000 or $3,000. And I don't have no money, but a cell phone probably saved my life at least 2 times when I was at Ridgeland. And I'll tell you why.
That's not
At
necessary,
nighttime,
Mr. Sherraw. Thank you. You're not supposed to have that within the institution. That's against the rules. But thank you for sharing that with us. Tell us at this point in your life, if you could speak to your victim's family, what, if anything, would you say to them?
I would say just like I did last year, I wish I was the one that would have got killed in that crime, not their kinsman. And I'm sorry that it happened. It should not have happened, just as I testified in my trial. I testified for the victim in my trial. He should not have been killed.
Thank you, sir. Is there anything else that you would like to say to this board today?
No.
We thank you very much for your time, sir. If you will please exit the room, we'll have an answer for you later today. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
One moment as the room clears. And the room is clear, and we do have additional testimony facilitated by the Office of Victim Services.
Yes, please wait as the victims join from central office. Also, we have a statement to be read.
Good morning. Good morning. You all are here for the parole consideration case of Charles Sherrod. Is that correct?
That's correct.
We are very, very sorry for the circumstances that brought you to be a part of this hearing, but we certainly appreciate you being here with us today. Before we begin, I do need each of you to please state your name for the record and your interest in this case. Ma'am, can we begin with you?
I'm Becky Boulware, and I'm sister-in-law to the
Thank you.
victim.
Yes, ma'am. And sir?
Samuel, or I go by Matt Orware, and I'm the brother.
Thank you. Again, we are so very sorry for the circumstances, but we appreciate you joining us today. We do have the facts of the events, and we have heard from Mr. Sherrod. At this time, we'd like to hear from you all, whether you are for or against parole. And if either of you or both of you wishes to make a statement, you are certainly welcome to do so.
I am against parole.
Are you asking me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Very much opposed and want to make a statement.
Certainly. Go right ahead.
Okay.
All right, we have Tim Jansen here joining us for legal commentary
I'm
today. Thank you so
Samuel
much,
Boulware.
Tim. Can you hear us?
The
I can
brother
hear you fine. Can you hear me?
was
Yep, I can
murdered,
hear you.
mutilated,
All right, thank you so
showered,
much to everyone here at
and
STS Nation. If you
supposed
haven't
to be
already, please
spotted
subscribe,
to
hit the
die
like
of
button.
alcohol
And
while
again, they are
serving
taking
life
other
sentence.
defendants first. We'll
And
have
I'm glad
Tim
to have
here
the
on
opportunity
standby,
to
and whenever
express
they
my
take a little
strong
break, Tim will
opposition
give
to
us
shower
his
parole.
take on what we can expect.
Having participated in these hearings for years now,
Tim, just so you
much of
know,
what
I
I'll say
am
today
monitoring
will have
this
been
on
heard
other
to you before.
devices as
But
well. So
because
if you
of
want me to
mental
mute
rotation of
this,
your
I
board,
can also
my
have you
comments will
speak
probably be
while
mute
I
some of
monitor on my other device. You let me
Although
know.
these
Okay.
are not
All right, thanks.
enjoyable, I
So,
always
welcome everybody to the show.
express my views.
Obviously,
This
this is
year,
a parole
There
hearing.
is an issue that I want to cover for
This is
the
a
first
separate
time.
defendant. So what you have is prosecutors get to speak, family members, they get to talk to the parole commission also. And that's what's happening now. They're allowed to read a statement or give a statement. This is not Susan's hearing. This is another hearing, but it gives you an idea of what's going to happen with Susan Smith. I see Tommy Pope, the prosecutor, who prosecuted Susan, is going to be there today. He pulled in. They showed him pulling in to testify. So Susan Smith will get to make a statement. She'll get to answer questions. Then the prosecutor will come in, and then the victim's family will come in, and then the parole commission will make a decision. So it'll be curious to see what she's done. Usually the parole commissioners ask, what have you been doing while you've been in prison? What have you done to make a better life? How do we know you're going to be a better citizen? And she'll probably have to answer some questions to see what she's been doing while she's been in prison. So it's interesting to see. I know this is the first time we've done a parole hearing. So it just gives you another avenue of our legal system. The state of Florida does not have parole anymore. Okay. But there are still defendants who were sentenced prior to that who still come up for parole. So we still have an actual parole commission. We have 3 parole commissioners, and they're taking cases that are really, really old for defendants who got really long sentences. But now, today, and probably for the last 20 years, Florida has abolished parole. So this is kind of unique, kind of different. If you have any questions, just write them down and I'll try to answer them while we wait for Susan Smith's case to come up. So she's been in after 30 years. This has been 30 years. I can't believe it. It's been 30 years. Boy. That's a long time. Yeah, there's no parole, Jessica, in Florida. If you commit a crime now, or if you committed a crime in the last 20 years, if you get a life sentence, you serve life. If you get 20 years, you're going to serve 20 minus 15% for gain time. We do not have parole. South Carolina does have parole, and other states have parole. And the federal system does not have parole.
Tim, I'm monitoring the audio, so don't worry, we won't miss anything. But
Okay.
talk to us a little bit about this case. I mean, this was obviously one of the first big true crime cases that really
Yep.
caught the attention of the nation. This was an unheard of story at the time.
Yeah, remember she was the one that said that a black man had stole her car and killed her kids. Remember that was her kind of her defense. But we found out later that wasn't true. She was convicted of killing her two sons, Michael and Alex. And I can't believe it's been 30 years ago. That just amazes me. God, that means, I opened my private practice 30 years ago. So that means I was probably a federal prosecutor in Tampa when this crime occurred. She strapped him, if anybody knows, she strapped him in the car, rolled the car into the lake. I mean, it's a horrible, horrible, terrible way to do that to young kids. Children, a despicable crime. The little kids had no chance. I just can't think of anything more inhumane. I can tell you if I was a parole commissioner, I would not grant parole for someone that did that. Little kids, children, strap them and push them into the lake. That's horrible. Just horrendous. I don't know how she can, I don't know. It just, that's my personal view. Just horrible. Those children will be 30s now. At some point, people do something that is so bad that there really is no second chance, right? And I think this is one of those cases that might qualify. 30 years. I'm curious to see what she's going to say. I'm curious to see the questions. And I'm sure Tommy Pope is going to be there to give a very emotional plea not to let her out. So if you have questions, we're all going to do this together. I've never seen a South Carolina parole hearing, so this will be interesting. I think the chances of her getting parole are 5%. And I'm only giving her 5% to keep the audience in the show. But yeah, I don't think she has much of a chance to get parole. You harm children, you're not going to usually get the benefit of the doubt. Innocent children that you were responsible for, that you brought into this world, and then you executed them by pushing them into a lake in a strapped car. Just horrendous. You're probably right. 5% is probably too high. I really should say 0%. But that's just my take. Susan Smith. Yeah. So Joel apparently is trying to get in. He's having some technical difficulties. And these things can take a while because we're watching this case here, and it sounds like the previous case, somebody died in a car accident or drunk driving or something, and the individual was saying he wished he would have been killed. I believe this might be a family member or a relative or a friend testifying against the parole for this person. It's curious to see what her, how she's been in prison. I would take it that I would agree that her husband, the father of these children, would not want her to be released. And I wonder if he'll show up today and give a statement, or maybe he wrote a letter. Sometimes it's too painful to actually show up or to see her in person, that they might read a letter or submit a letter that the parole commission would consider.
Hey, Tim, I'm going to put the audio back on. Some people
Okay.
say they can listen in here, so we'll
Yeah.
just listen in and be on standby.
Great.
And Tim, if you can tilt your camera just a tiny bit down, that way we can see.
Yeah,
That-
I got a really bad thing here. I don't know if that's any better. That's too low, right?
Too low, a little bit higher.
It does. It goes right in between, right?
Although I have learned a lot this year about the SCDC inmate custody.
I'm either too high or too low.
process, I obviously am not the ultimate expert on the
Way
subject,
too low.
nor on the parole.
Is that better?
That's
I
perfect.
might say something,
Okay, good.
whether it be significant or insignificant.
You know, I don't know how old the children were. That'd be a good question if someone knows. I take it they're probably like 2 and 4 years old, or less than that if they were strapped into their car seats. If anybody knows, maybe they can
probably including the inmate
fill in and let us know.
classification from records maintained by SCDC.
Oh,
Education
3 years and
Inmate
14
Records
months.
Division. Board members and anybody else could access the information online if it is not otherwise provided to you. My concern is caused by the confirmed fact that the information can be inaccurate. And my belief is that inaccurate information could conceivably influence a parole decision. To explain further, it is documented that Shira is now correctly classified as close custody inmate, whereas he was incorrectly classified as medium custody at the time of last year's parole hearing. In fact, he was incorrectly classified as medium from August 2022 until February 2024, for a year and a half, when the SCDC Deputy Director of Operations, Mr. Anderson, got involved, confirmed that Shira's medium classification was wrong because the relatively new inmate classification process or procedures had not been correctly applied, and had his classification corrected back to close as it had been for the past 37, 38 years before the misclassification. So he was and had to be changed to close. I believe there could be similar classification inaccuracies existing now, and there could be others in the future. Unfortunately, the general public, including victims like myself, probably do not know an inmate's classification, much less what it should be. They do not understand how the classification process is supposed to work. They assume, as they should be able to, that the custody and inmate record staff do their jobs correctly, and therefore they do not personally need to keep up with classifications. While Shira was misclassified, he was held in medium custody institutions, which are have less supervision and less security than he should have. And he was given more privileges like visits, more phone call time, increased canteen spending, different work assignment possibilities, and maybe others that he should have had. He should have had those extra opportunities. It bothers me a great deal that Shira was misclassified and received additional unwarranted privileges. However, I take comfort in knowing that those things are all over and done with, at least for Shira. The way I look at it is his receiving the local security and the additional privilege is the bad news. The good news is that this parole board performed your job effectively not allowing misclassification to affect the parole decisions. I thank you for that, and it is one of the reasons I am here today. I could have delivered my comments today by several other means, but I elected to travel from out of state to be here to thank you for your prior decisions and to express my opposition to Shira's current request. While I am appreciative that Shira's prior parole requests were denied, it concerns me that when a misclassification occurs, as it did in Shira's case, I believe that under certain circumstances, the parole decision could conceivably be impacted. I feel that Shira's crime is so heinous or gruesome, coupled with his really bad behavior while incarcerated, that he should never be paroled. Although this parole board has always made the correct decisions regarding Shira, even when the misclassification existed, I feel that SCDC classifications and inmate record division, by not performing their job correctly, partially, quote, paroled Shira from close custody for a year and a half. Obviously, I hope that SCDC will not allow such problems to occur, but there are reasons to believe that other inmates could currently be misclassified because of inaccuracies in the past, and that similar problems could occur in the future, unless and until it is verified and confirmed that the real root causes or systemic issues that have been properly identified and addressed. In February 2024, an Assistant Deputy Director of Operations agreed that SCDC would perform a review of the application of the classification procedures to make sure that root causes and systemic issues were identified and addressed. However, weeks and months passed with apparently little, if anything, being done, with requests for status updates being ignored, not even acknowledged. Finally, after the status request was intensified, replied in late April saying that things like that looked to me like they were talking around the issues but not really addressing them. For example,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir, but we have no control over the classification system at the Department of Corrections.
I understand that.
And I appreciate what you're saying, and I appreciate you sharing all of your comments. But the parole board has no authority to comment or anything regarding the procedures and policies that occur at the Department of Corrections.
And I appreciate it, and I recognize that, and I know that, and I stated that up front. But I feel like a few minutes ought to be allowed.
And I'm allowing you a few minutes, but if you could please wrap up your comments, we would greatly appreciate it, sir.
Well, I'm talking about comments about a subject that let somebody be misclassified for a year and a half.
Again,
So I
sir,
think
we
that's
have
worthy
no
of a few
authority
comments.
over that. We are here simply to determine if Mr. Shira is a good candidate for parole, and if so, what his guidelines would be. We do have criteria that we look at, and that is published public information. It's on the website. I'm very sorry, but we just have no authority over classification or changing that process.
But I'm getting to things that you do have authority on.
Okay, in the interest of time, I would respectfully ask you to just speak to your comments about being opposed to parole and anything in regard to that.
So yeah, this guy went off the rails. He wants to complain about the whole Department of Corrections, which they have no authority to.
If you can just please
And
summarize the rest of your report, we would greatly appreciate it, sir.
If I can
Thank
do
you.
it.
he can't hear either.
If you could please
I'm
just,
sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, if you could please just, if you could summarize the rest of what you have to say, we would greatly appreciate it.
Okay, so, okay.
Just so you know, your mic is hot, Joel.
Final point.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
About the parole.
Now he's lost his place, and this happens a lot.
Can I start with
People
summarize
want to
and read the final?
say things that are not
Yes, sir.
relevant, and she's trying to be polite.
Thankfully, the parole decisions for Shower in 2022 and 2023 were not affected. His misclassification has now been corrected, and I believe that he will always be correctly classified in the future. But Shower is just one inmate in the population of thousands. Just correcting Shower's classifications did nothing to fix the root causes and issues. Although SCDC and State Inspector General act like it did, there is no confirmation that root causes issues have or will be properly addressed. Therefore, it concerns me that some other inmates might be classified wrong, either now or in the future. And in my view, in some circumstances, an incorrect classification could conceivably influence a parole decision. I'm talking in generality now, not. I believe a diligent review such as requested by State Inspector General should provide needed answers. I believe that a thorough review might identify several problems that could be viewed as root causes. For example, inadequate training on the recently revised process and procedures, reluctance to use the override feature.
This guy, none of this is even relevant to the hearing.
Additional documentation work for review and approval. Tendency by the CNIR classification and inmate records management to minimize the importance of accurate classifications. Overzealous determination to show that the relatively new classification process will meet the stated goal of significantly reducing the number of close inmates. It was stated, and ineffective management review and control procedures.
Usually the parole board is made up by appointment. In Florida, by the governor makes the appointment. They can be lawyers. They can be former sheriffs, law enforcement. In Florida, we have a 3-person panel.
Attitude that seems to be present in the SCDC. Not all, of course, but too many staff seem to have the attitude that they can ignore or violate procedures without facing any consequences. And too many illustrate that they are more focused on denying.
Ileana, I think this guy's just confusing the audience. Maybe we can take questions from the audience.
Resorting to misleading half-truths and or untruths to do so. And it appears that State Inspector General, for some reason, is reluctant to challenge or confront SCDC. I have tried and am continuing the effort to learn what is really being done to identify the root causes so that misclassifications will not occur in the future, and identify and address any existing misclassifications. So far, these efforts have been unsuccessful because of SCDC's misleading and non-committal feedback and the Inspector General's denial of a request to perform a review, which I believe is authorized and responsible. My concerns might be viewed as overdone. I believe they are realistic until and unless we know that the problem has been solved. Because of what I think are good reasons to be skeptical that root causes issues have been appropriately identified and addressed, especially in light of the positions that SC and DC and State Inspector General are taking, and my belief that parole decisions could conceivably be affected.
Morning, Joel.
And this is what you asked me to get to, and it took me a while. I feel
Hey, good morning, Tim. Thanks for holding the fort down. My Monday, I wasn't here yesterday, and I'm locked out of the studio, and we're welcoming Sarah Ford as well, who is a lawyer out of South Carolina and works for the, Sarah, what's the official name? The South Carolina
Victim Assistance Network.
Victims Assistance Network. So we are obviously watching the parole hearing live. Tim, they have not gotten, obviously, to Susan Smith yet, right?
No, this guy just is meandering on about irrelevant stuff. That's another case.
Exactly.
I think we're better off just maybe muting them and talking to the audience and explaining to the audience what we expect to happen.
Yeah, I'm willing to do that. Although last time we muted, we missed something. But yeah, let's
Again, we are very,
give me
very
one
sorry for the
second
loss
here.
of your brother. Thank you both for traveling here with us today. If you all
One thing to note though, as this is a victim of a previous crime, that they have a constitutional opportunity to speak and be heard. And so for victims, this can be very important to them because there aren't a lot of opportunities for them to be heard by the prosecutor, by the parole board, by people who are in power and control and who make these decisions. So I certainly applaud this gentleman for being there. I don't know anything about his case, and saying what needed to be said. And I know for some people, we don't know the backstory here, but for victims, it is very empowering for them to have this.
This is Yolanda Hemingway with the Office of
Oh, I
Victim
agree. But what
Services.
happened in this
The
case
statement
was
will be
he was
read
talking
from
about the Department of
Carolyn
Corrections,
Bolwer Sanders.
how they were late, and it wasn't relevant to the committee. And he was just reading, and I understand victims have a right, they should be allowed, but even they were very generous, letting him go on about stuff that they had no control over.
Sure, and the real issue is that there's no
COE
board for him.
mute the hearing for a little bit till we see.
This was a heinous crime.
There's no board or opportunity for him to speak to the Department of Corrections. So he's taking every opportunity, which, certainly I think the board was respectful in asking him to rein in his remarks and address the things that they actually have control over. But for a lot of victims, they don't have the opportunity to speak on that. And, this is a captive audience and people are listening and people are watching. So I certainly understand.
Can you ask me, are the parole commissioners, are they appointed by the governor in South Carolina?
Yeah, they are, and confirmed, I believe, by the Senate. So we have one from each congressional district here in South Carolina. I believe we're missing one. I think we have one vacancy.
And they're not necessarily all lawyers, right?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
A lot of times they're former law enforcement chiefs of police, right?
It could be, and I really don't know the specific makeup of this board, but they are political appointees from each congressional district.
Right.
Numbers 1, 2,
And so there's 6 congressional districts and
7. We have 7. Yep, and we have a
they denied him
vacancy. Yeah.
Our next case will be case number 28. Case number 28, James Robinson. One moment as Lee connects.
Just so everyone knows, obviously things are a little screwy. I couldn't get into the studio, so I'm here and now have the COE's
Hello there, Lee,
laptop.
confirming
So
you are
we are
Mr.
having trouble. We can't mute this
Fitzgerald
hearing
Robinson.
right now. We might be able to in a moment,
for
but
joining
we're
you before the
obviously
board. Please
waiting
wait for the chairman to address
for
you.
the Susan Smith parole hearing. It's a big day for a lot of people in this area of South Carolina. It was the John D. Long Lake, Union County.
Thank you very much.
Obviously, I want to. This
Actually, what I've done is
obviously someone else here asking me to be paroled, but Sarah Ford, to you, I mean, take us back in time, 1994. I mean, how big a deal was this?
I was a kid at the time, and I vividly remember watching her plead on the Today Show. I mean, before I'm going to school, we got the Today Show on, and she's on there crying and pleading for her kids to be returned to her. I mean, I'll never forget that. I don't know, 12, 13, whatever. And it's just one of those moments that this happened down the road from where I grew up. And just tremendous. And the entire community, heck, the entire country was just so focused on this story, thinking these 2 beautiful boys this woman has been carjacked, these children have been kidnapped. And then to find out it was her the entire time, that she drowned her 2 beautiful children, and just pled with the country. It was just a horrific time, and just devastating to everyone. Everyone's hoping to find these beautiful kids, and to know what really happened was awful. It was it was on everybody's, you know, it was kind of like the Murdoch of, you know, the 90s.
Yeah.
Just horrible.
Yeah, I don't think people realize how big a story this was back
Yeah.
then. It was huge if you weren't around. And England is in the house here, but it was just a massive story that captivated the nation. Obviously, two boys are no longer with us. Michael was 3 at the time. Hard to believe he'd be 33 years old today. And Alex, 14 months, would be 31, 32-ish. So those two boys were literally rolled into a lake, left to drown and die, which is what Susan Smith did to them. But then she went and said that she was carjacked by a, I think we have this muted now, but she then went in this, it was this rural section of South Carolina. And just for context, there was still a lot of kind of members of the KKK in that area. And now you're accusing a black man of carjacking. Things got really tense. The black community was besides themselves. Tim Jansen, you're a little bit older than Sarah Ford. What do you remember about this case? It's the early days of your lawyering.
I do remember it. I remember people were looking. It was a horrible crime 30 years ago. I think I had my daughter was just born, and then we found out that what she did, it's just horrendous. And I don't know how she could ever be paroled. I don't know how you could ever give someone a second chance like that. Those young children, I mean, and the way that they were, and I will say this, they were executed in a slow, painful death. Didn't know what was happening to them, and then they were gone. So that's my view. If I was the commissioner, it wouldn't take long to say no.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, just a absolutely massive case. Now she's had, I mean, Sarah Ford, these, like I just said, these two young boys would have been, Sarah's with us for about another 15 minutes, and we don't know exactly where in the queue this is going to come up here. So it could be at any moment, it could be a little bit down
Hey,
the
Joe,
road.
someone's saying they canceled it. Susan Smith won't talk, and they've canceled her parole hearing. Can you
Really?
check that?
Yeah. COE, are you hearing that? Where are you seeing that, Timbo, in the comments?
It was in the comments. Someone said that she would not speak, so they're canceling her hearing.
Okay, let's see here.
I'm checking in with the folks I know in that area, and we'll see.
Thanks. I can tell you, David Smith is there, the father.
And Tommy Pope is there.
Tommy Pope,
Tommy Pope, yeah. I'm not seeing anything yet, but not to say it's not going to happen. But yeah, about 40 minutes ago, David Smith did arrive.
It's my understanding that there's a number of people that are there in opposition to her receiving parole. And of course, it's her, you know, her choice to come and speak. But it's kind of ironic because, you know, she was caught just a couple months ago speaking with the media, and she wasn't supposed to. I mean, that's against South Carolina regulations and law. So, you know, this would be the opportunity. If she had something to say, this would be an opportunity for her to do that. And, you know,
Yeah.
she's not been a model prisoner, you know, throughout her time. So I don't think there's much chance, like Tim said, you know, there's not much chance that she's going to get paroled today or likely ever.
Yeah. Tommy Pope, who's the lead prosecutor and is going to be speaking today as well, if we get to it. You know, he said that he felt she deserved the death penalty. It was a death penalty eligible case. he's saying a lot of the jurors may not have known that she would be eligible for parole after 30 years because that's state law. But that's what's going on now. Obviously, her life was spared. Some people don't think it should have been. It was a horrific crime. As to Tim's point, also, she was, those boys were in there, I think, 6 minutes before they actually, drowned. So it was a long, slow, torturous road for them. This
Why didn't they give her the death penalty? Did they take it off the table? The
no, I think it was, I don't think that I think they just the jury felt that life in prison was a more severe punishment, but they didn't realize that she was eligible. I don't think they fully understood that she'd be eligible for parole 30 years later. By the way, as of Monday, today's Wednesday, 471 people had written to the parole board, which is actually not as many as I thought. Out of those 471, only 6 of those were in favor of her release. So the rest, whatever 471 minus 6 is, I guess 465 people do not, specifically wrote to not let her out. We are continuing to listen here. This is Tim and Terry, you're not hearing this, right?
No,
Yeah. Okay, I'm hearing it on my end, but we're gonna switch. I'm continuing to listen. So they're going to another possible parolee here. You're looking at a live 30-second delay. I think it's on a 30-second delay for some reason of the South Carolina parole board meeting where Susan Smith is going to allegedly or reportedly ask for parole here.
So somebody's actually in the room reporting because they're saying that David Smith is still in the room, so they may not, even though she may not testify. I don't know if Gypsy Soul is in the hearing.
Yeah. It's interesting. I just looked at Brian Enton's Twitter. He is a friend of mine, a big true crime reporter. He's there now. It's unclear. He's saying when they are going to get to Susan Smith. David Smith has just arrived. There's a video of him. He looks real, as you would expect. He just looks kind of forlorn and tired. And obviously wants us behind him. He's there to say, "Do not let her out."
And they may
I don't
move
see
forward.
anything about it not happening.
Whether she wants to speak or not, they may move forward and allow the victims and Tommy Pope and whoever speak today. I mean, she certainly has the opportunity to be heard. But I saw a question. If she's not given parole today, it's every 2 years here in South Carolina. So she would be up every 2 years. So unfortunately, the family, David Smith and his family, these victims would have to deal with this every 2 years.
It's unreal.
Is Tommy Pope still a prosecutor, or did he retire?
He retired, but now I think he's Speaker Pro Tem of the House. He's a state representative. He's here in the General Assembly in South Carolina. So he actually ran for Congress and narrowly was defeated just a few years ago.
He must be friendly with Dick Harpootlian.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Hoop. What's his nickname? Hoop.
Poot. The Poot man.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the interesting things, she has not been a model prisoner. Back in 2000, she was caught having sexual relations with a prison guard, and that prison guard actually came out recently and said that she hasn't really learned anything in prison other than how to do illegal drugs. He said that to News Nation. So he was kind of condemning her and saying that she has no business being let go. I mean, Sarah Ford, I can't imagine a world where she would be paroled, right? I mean,
No.
how political is this? I mean, what are the factors that go into a parole board hearing, whether or not to let someone out?
I mean, they certainly take the community input and the victim's input incredibly seriously here. And there's just vast, overwhelming opposition to this. I mean, these members on the parole board certainly, I'm positive, remember what this was like back in 94, 95 when this all happened. You know, they have been, you know, they've received and read all of these letters and you know, information in opposition to, you know, Susan Smith being paroled here. You know, I'm not normally a betting person, but you know, there's no way that she's going to be paroled here today. I cannot imagine a world where that would happen in South Carolina ever, let alone, you know, during her first parole hearing.
Yeah. And I wonder, you know, I'm always curious, you know, what the other inmates would think of this, because they've got to know her story. I'm sure they don't want her, you know, they feel like they probably are more deserving of being freed than she is. She did, you heard Sarah Ford say that she did an interview on the Today Show back in 1994 when this all happened. I think it was Katie Couric back then. And this is her quote. As a mother, she said this on the Today Show, as a mother, it's only a natural instinct to protect your children from any harm. And the hardest part of this whole ordeal is not knowing if your children are getting what they need to survive. And it hurts. I mean, Sarah
It gives me
Ford,
chills.
yeah.
It's wow. I mean, it was such a moment. I remember that as a kid, watching that and hearing that, and everyone being so desperate for her, thinking, my God, this poor mother. And then to know she's the one that let her car roll into that lake and murdered her own two beautiful boys. It's just unimaginable. It is unimaginable. It was, you know, and then to blame you know, a Black man, she made all of this up. I mean, this was just really horrible stuff.
I was reading some stuff. It was interesting, you know, so it was a 9-day quote unquote manhunt for a person that didn't exist. But she said it happened at this very rural, and this definitely has weird Murdoch vibes to it, but it happened at a very rural light. And she said this was after 5 PM, and she said that she was stopped at a red light at this intersection. What was interesting is, I guess it was years later where police realized that red light after 5 o'clock was only green. It did not ever go on. It was never a red light post 5 PM. So, you know, they said that they wish they had realized that early on in the investigation, but it took 9 days. And by the way, after that Today Show interview, it was literally hours later that she confessed. It was November 3rd, 1994. She confesses to killing both her sons, and said, look, I let this car roll into a lake. Tim Jansen. By the way, Tim, do you know, is she going to be, if she speaks, which it sounds like she might not be now, would she be represented by an attorney today, by a public defender?
Well, no, you don't get a public defender. She could have a lawyer. It looks like the guy there in that hearing has his lawyer sitting next to him.
Yeah.
The lawyer doesn't speak. He gives advice to him. Sometimes a lawyer is allowed to address the commission. They can make an argument or give facts to them, but and I've done that many years ago. You don't get these two in Florida. We don't get them too much because we don't have parole. We abolished it many years ago. So they're pretty well run. The commissioners know what they're doing. They afford them the rights. They listen to everybody, and then they usually make a really quick decision. Like you see, they vote right away. I feel bad that the family has to come back every 2 years to put up with this nonsense, because every 2 years he's going to have to come back. At what point does he say, I don't want to live this again, I don't go? And then the board thinks, oh, he doesn't care, so they grant parole. It's just a horrible system.
Yeah.
Parole really was never, I mean, in Florida, parole, I can see some merit in it a long time ago. And we've changed the laws now. But yeah, this is just a horrendous case.
Awful. I mean, the only one that might be a little worse is Andrea Yates, which people are talking about in the chat. She, I believe, was schizophrenic or had serious mental illness, but she drowned her 5 children in a bathtub, all 5, which is just absolutely horrific. But super planner girl, to Sarah and Tim, what type of reason, Sarah, do you think she might offer in her own argument for parole? Like, really, what could she say?
I think she might talk about, she's been incarcerated for 30 years, that she's, particularly I think over the last decade, she really hasn't had any disciplinary actions in the last decade. Maybe she's found Jesus living in prison. Maybe, she has recognized that she had certain mental health issues that, weren't diagnosed in the 90s. She might give this, postpartum depression argument. She now knows that it was postpartum depression, something that we certainly talk about now in these types of cases, but 30 years ago, we certainly didn't. Or maybe she would just, say, yes, I mean, obviously I did this, but I'm, have spent 30 years thinking about this every day for, all day. And, I think whatever she says, it's not going to move the needle for these commissioners to grant parole.
Yeah, I just can't imagine. It's finally muted on my end. Gonna pop the COE in here. Hey, COE, I'm popping you in for a second. Are you there?
Copy, I'm here.
Do me a favor and just obviously keep listening on your end, because last week we took a hearing and the defendant never showed up and we totally missed it with
I have it on 2 devices. I'm monitoring audio.
You're the best. All right. Oh man. Again,
so somebody
apologies.
did ask a question, Joel, about, is there a victim advocate, or who's supporting David Smith and his family? And the Department of Probation, Pardon, and Parole Services, they do have a very strong victim services unit. They do have victim advocates that are assigned to all of these families and to be there to guide them through this process. So he does have support there.
Oh, good. All right. Yeah, I'm trying to get the video. We're going to do a show on this later with Gigi of Pretty Lies and Alibis, Gigi McKelvey, and Dr. Roger Rhodes is going to come on as a South Carolina therapist. But Gigi was saying this is literally the first true crime case she's ever really, was not a part of, but that she followed very closely because she's obviously from South Carolina. And was intrigued by it when it was going on. I am just looking at some more information here.
It's funny, Joel. They a lot of times when you get high-profile cases, TV, they take them first to get them out of the way, and it looks like in this one, the parole commission is going to do that one last. And I don't understand why they would do that. Because they know people are watching unless they want the attention. But normally you would do it and get it out of the way so you don't have the media and when you're handling the other matters. But I don't know.
Unless there's like something going on with her behind the scenes where they're
right.
trying to figure out if she's going to speak or not. But one of the other kind of really chilling aspects of this is, so some people have reached out to me and say, well, what about postpartum depression? So, she claimed that her stepfather had been molesting her and that she had a breakdown, but she was also seeing a wealthy businessman at the time having an affair. And that guy basically told her, I'm not having children. I'm not going to be part of a family with children. I don't want children. And so that's what they think was the real motive behind all this. What people don't realize is when she rolled that car into the lake, this is according, I think, to Tommy Pope, who was the lead prosecutor. She had her wedding album in that car, her wedding dress. And he goes on to say, I think she had everything but David Smith in that car. I think she thought she could do that and just start over with this guy. And he said that a jury thought life would be a greater punishment than all this. But Sarah Ford, I mean, the fact that she had her wedding album in there, no getting around that, right? I mean, that's pretty clear motive that she wanted her family gone.
Calculated. Yeah, I mean, this is incredibly calculated. So I think she wanted to get that sympathy in the beginning and then said, you know, I'm a victim of sexual assault. And, you know, certainly, you know, that's no excuse to take your life and your children's life and just drown it away, just push it away and walk away and think that it's going to be okay. To think that, you know, we're going to blame some person that doesn't exist and I'm going to get the sympathy of an entire country and not be caught. Yeah, it lasted for 9 days, but you know, I saw somebody say that they knew something was up from the beginning. And I think a lot of people thought maybe the way that she was responding or the way she was reacting, you know, that she was presenting herself during that time were kind of sus, you know, were, you know, suspicious. So not to sound like a, what is it, Gen Z that does the sus? I can't believe I just said that, but so young and hip on a Wednesday morning. But, you know, it was, you know, she was just kind of she was crying, but was just so, it was almost like she was disoriented in the way she was speaking, the way she was pleading. But, you know, people are like, well, you know, she's a mom who's lost her 2 babies. I mean, you know, there's no typical way for someone to act, but it's just now looking back on that, it is just so tragic. It's just so horrible watching this. Awful.
Yeah,
You can't really claim postpartum and then make up and concoct a story about a black man kidnapping you. I mean, you can't do that. It's like, you know, you can get a not guilty by insanity, right? But you can't at the scene then do things to cover the crime at the same time you're claiming you're insane. Because if you were insane, you wouldn't have known to try to hide your crime. It's the person that commits the crime that doesn't do anything to hide themselves that's consistent with insanity. Here she's making up this, you know, carjacking. I thought that when I watched that video you showed that last trial where the guy was dying by breathing was bad. I think the facts in this case are so horrendous. And it's so troubling. I'm going to feel this the rest of the day, that those 2 little boys in that car going into the water, not knowing what they're doing, what's happening, and they die. And they're never seen again. I have no sympathy for her at all. It's just horrendous.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel the way Tim feels. Literally 2 little boys, their lives just taken away. Tim, I didn't know Florida. I live here. I did not know. When did Florida abolish parole? What do they do? What
I think it's been gone for over 30 years. You serve 85% of your sentence here. You get gain time. A lot of times the last 6 months, they'll give you a halfway house. But we still have a parole commission because we got some offenders that are committed crimes back in the 70s who still are eligible for parole. And they still come up. So that's why we don't see too many parole cases. I don't see them very, very often. And I think it's probably a good thing. I think knowing parole, because the last thing you want in some jurisdictions where someone gets sentenced to like 80 years, but they only serve a third of their sentence. That's just a paper sentence, right?
Yeah.
At least in Florida, it's like the federal system. You're going to serve 85%. Whatever you get, 85%. But if you get life in Florida, you get life.
Okay.
And in South Carolina, you know, murder is now day for day. So if you are, you know, sentenced to 40 years, 50 years, it is day for day in South Carolina. And if you are sentenced now to life in prison, it is actual life in prison.
Yeah. which is kind of a frightening thought, life in prison. You guys all know how I feel about that. Susan Smith was not a model prisoner. Today, she's 53 years old. So this obviously happened when she was 23. We're continuing to watch other families speak out about other people who are imprisoned, who are seeking parole, either for or against their release. And we're hearing Susan Smith could be last because it will be longest. I don't know if that's true, but it appears that we're headed that way. 1997. By the way, Sarah, I know you said you had a. Are you okay, Sarah? Whenever you have to pop out, you just let us know.
Yep, I'm okay for right now.
Okay, look at this. Jared Ross helping us here. Parole was abolished by the Florida legislature in 1983. Wow. That's about 11 years before this happened. So in 1997, Sarah, she's caught with a contraband razor. 2000, she was moved out of whatever prison she was in after 2 prison guards pleaded guilty to having sex with her. 2001, she gets in trouble because she refuses to stand for the morning count. 2010, 2015, she loses the canteen privileges for smoking marijuana. And as you said, just last month, she was in August, I guess it was revealed last month, but in August, she was interviewing with a documentary film company. So these sorts of things, like these black eyes that she has from prison, they're going to look at all these. It's not like she was just to compare it, like the Menendez brothers, I think, have been literally super clean records since they've been behind bars for 35 plus years. But here there've been incidents, right?
Yeah, I mean, she certainly can't rely on her prison record and think it's going to help her. Just like you said, 2 months ago, she knows that she can't talk with the documentary film crew, and she's, the laws, the rules don't apply to her apparently. And if they don't apply to her in prison, then how the heck are we going to put her in, out here in public, in the community? She's certainly not a prisoner that we want or we need here on the streets in South Carolina. And, she's, maybe she's just resigned that she's going to do what she wants. She knows she's never getting out, so she's going to act whatever way she wants to. But it's she's one of the last defendants that I can think of, the last inmates that need to be paroled for sure.
Not a
Her
whole
and
lot.
Murdoch can share a cell together. That would be a fitting.
Yeah, maybe they'll get married behind bars. By the way, Gypsy Soul here for Sarah. Not in the hearing. I saw David on the stream. Kudos to Sarah for her amazing work. I'm a former South Carolina victim advocate. There you go.
Thank you.
So, kind of just a crazy set of circumstances here.
They got that deny button's going to run out for that parole commission. I haven't seen one.
I've seen one, just one approved so far.
Oh, really?
One. Yeah, just one. Since I've been watching.
Yeah. By the way, in 2015, she wrote a letter to The State, which is a South Carolina newspaper, and here's a quote: "Something went very wrong that night. Really? I was not myself. I was a good mother and I love my boys. There was no motive, as it was not even a planned event. I was not in my right mind. I am not the monster society thinks I am." Sarah Ford, it's a victim crying or a suspect crying victimhood.
Yeah, I think that, I'm a lawyer. I'm not a psychiatrist, but I think that goes to that, that narcissism, that she, it wasn't really her that night. It was some other, entity that, whatever she wants to blame it on, that it wasn't her. She's a good person. I mean, there's nothing about her record, before she was incarcerated or after, that says she's a good person. I mean, she brutally murdered her 2 kids, got on television and pled with the country to get these boys back, knowing the entire time they're at the bottom of that lake in her car with her wedding dress, her wedding album. And then she's convicted, after blaming someone that doesn't exist, taking, law enforcement's eyes, the entire state's law enforcement searching for these kids. And ultimately she says, yeah, I did it. And then she just thwarts the rules in prison as well. I don't know. I think maybe who we think she is exactly who she is. I think that maybe she hasn't done what needs to be done to recognize who she is as a person.
Yeah. This is an interesting question. Did she ever apologize to David, who she was cheating on when she rolled her boys into a lake? If anyone knows the answer, I don't know. I don't think he would have accepted the apology. I don't think I would have. But we are, by the way, continuing here to watch a parole hearing. It's not just Susan Smith, but a long list of other defendants. And we're hearing that Susan Smith could be among the last, if not the last, because they say it could be quite lengthy. So we're being joined, by the way, by Sarah Ford, who's a South Carolina-based victims advocate attorney, and then you got Tim Jansen, Tallahassee criminal defense attorney, and we are sitting here waiting for the moment of truth. We're going to do a kind of a wrap-up, follow-up show on this today at 5 with Gigi McKelvey of Pretty Lies and Alibis, and then later tonight at 7, we are planning to delve into sort of the psychological aspect of Suzanne Simpson, the missing mother of 4 out of the San Antonio area. She's still missing, but the husband has now been charged in her murder. Sarah Ford, why are these, in this case, it's the wife killing the kids, but why are so many husbands killing their wives these days? What's going on, Sarah Ford?
If I had an answer for that, I wouldn't be a nonprofit lawyer. I probably still would be, because I'm so grateful to do the work that I do. I have no idea. I mean, I don't know what's going on. And maybe it's just that we're hearing about this more, that we are more focused on these cases because they're captivating. They're these people doing the unthinkable. And to kind of see it play out in real time it's just horrible and just gripping. But I have no idea. It's certainly not anything new. I mean, South Carolina has one of the highest rates of femicide where, women are killed by their partners, one of the highest in the country. So it's certainly not an anomaly. But we certainly see this. It seems like we're seeing more and more of it.
Yeah, I mean, Alec Murdaugh's one of them. So just digging up some information, the parole board in South Carolina, they grant about 8% of violent offenders, just 8% of violent offenders, they grant them parole. So, the odds are definitely stacked against Susan Smith. However, interestingly enough, there was a juror back in 95 named Willie Rice. He came out and said this past week that Susan Smith has, quote unquote, done her time. He said, the one thing that has always stuck in my head is, would I be able to accept her back in society? A question the prosecutor at the time asked before I became a juror. And my answer is still yes. That's interesting. Tim Jansen, what do you make of that? This is a juror saying she served her time.
I wouldn't have picked her as a juror if I was the prosecutor. I would have certainly liked her as a defense lawyer. We always say this, I don't know why. People show you who they are every day. We just refuse to see it. And then they do something and we're like shocked. And then we realize, well, that's the same person we knew, but we refuse to see the bad in them. And people really don't change. Very few do. This offense is not one of those that I think you can change. Seeing what she did, how she did it, and then her behavior in jail, and she wanted a new life. She got a new boy, a new guy, whatever, and she was going to discard that whole life, including her 2 children. She's evil, and very evil, and does not ever deserve to be out. That's my opinion.
Yeah. Was it Dr. Maya Angelou that said, when people show you who they are, believe them the first time?
That's right.
There it is. Super planner girl, Maya Angelou.
Yeah.
Someone tells you who they are, believe them.
Look
Yeah.
at us. Yeah.
This is kind of a
This looks like a former prosecutor or the prosecutor in a case.
Sure does, actually.
Or detective. Yeah.
We former prosecutors have a look, don't we? Like
They
I feel
do.
like we do. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we are just
Got a
watching
first
this play out. COE, maybe give us a little audio so we can, I just don't have control over it. We can listen in. This is a parole hearing. We're not up to
89 jury trials.
Yes.
One thing that stands out with Mr. Fawcett with me were his eyes. I sat there and watched him over a period of several days, twice. His first trial in the 80s.
Dead man eyes.
From 1996. And he just had dark, emotionless eyes. And I just would never forget those eyes.
Yep.
And I would respectfully request on behalf of the Fifth Circuit Solicitor's Office and the Richland County Sheriff's Department, who granted me permission to come for all of Mr. Fawcett's parole hearings. And we are opposed to him being released from prison. And I thank you for the time that you've given me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gassner. Thank
You know, you've seen that dead man's eyes. I've seen it in a couple people,
Ms. Whitten,
very
Jake,
violent, very bad, psychos, and you can just see there's no life in those eyes.
And
that's what he was
Johnny.
describing.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak for my daughter, Lee. I am her voice. I was 41 when she was taken from us. I'm now 80 years old, and all I have left are pictures and memories.
It's horrible.
She loved animals, and she took that part-time job at that animal clinic, and that led to her death at his hands. My daughter Kay reminded me this week, she lives in Colorado, and she reminded me that South Carolina is a law and order state. And I thank God for that. It doesn't get easier at all. Because I have nothing left. I oppose his being released, and I thank you for all the work that you do for the state of South Carolina. And I thank all of the victims advocates in your office. They are so kind and helpful. And I again want to thank Johnny Gasser for all his hard work and kindness through the years. And I am opposed.
Thank you, Ms. Whitten. Mr. Whitten, did you wish to say anything, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I'd just like to say that I'm opposed, and also to thank you and Mr. Gasser for what y'all do. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. And again, we are so very, very sorry for your loss. But thank you all for taking the time to join us today. It really does mean a lot to us. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gasser. If you all will please exit the rooms, we'll have an answer for you shortly. Thank you. We wish you well.
Real shortly.
Yeah. Hey, Tim, do they have do they know the answer ahead of the meeting?
Oh, I'm sure they've already spoken to their aides. They've looked at things and they're giving people the right to speak, but they've already made their mind up. Unless something comes out that they didn't know about. And then they might have it come back for another review, right? Sooner than 2 years.
Mr. James Donald.
And Sarah, this is just kind of a good time to remember as Fred is barking in the background here. It's all going to you know what today. But this victims are this is a mother who's 40 at the time or 41. Now she's 80. She's still heartbroken. I mean, this just doesn't go away, right?
no, I mean, this is something, you know, I work with crime victims every day, and it's something that, you know, someone, you know, says that, you know, well, the perpetrator is sentenced to 10 years or 20 years or whatever the issue is. And eventually many of them will get out of prison, but it's something that victims live with day in and day out, all day, every day. They can't take that armor of being a victim off. They live with it every day. And for parents and people who've lost someone, particularly in these tragic the circumstances. I mean, it is something that they wake up and they think about in the morning, and they close their eyes to go to sleep at night, and they're thinking about that. And I just think about the courage it takes to live with that and to keep going, to be an advocate for their loved one that they lost. I mean, that takes tremendous courage that this mom is still doing this for 40 years. She's showing up for her daughter. Her daughter's been gone half of her lifetime, but she is still there advocating for her daughter. That's just, it's just incredible, the strength that this mom and so many victims have able to do that.
Very well said. It is horrific. Here's the COE chiming in. The raw sound of pain, loss, and heartbreak is universal and very real. The victims are not just those that are gone, but loved ones who are still here, forever hurting, sending love to all. That is true. Mossberg mom weighing in, who I met at the Sarah Boone trial. Thank God there's no parole in Florida. I could have never faced my husband's killer once he was sentenced. Man, this is heavy stuff. And I just don't see a world in which Susan Smith could possibly be paroled. We are just continuing to obviously monitor this, keep an eye on this. Spacey, we can bring some audio back here. This is the ongoing. It's a list of other defendants. Susan Smith will be appearing, we hear. But this is another possible parolee making his case for parole.
I wish I could go back and change it, but I can't.
Do you have any contact with your victim?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any children with her?
Not that I know of. I know that somebody said that she had got pregnant, but I don't think it's mine, just to be honest.
Is there anything else that you would like to tell us today, sir?
I would just like to have the opportunity to go back out and become a productive member of society, because before I got locked up, I was working 6 days a week, and I made a bad decision, and I know now what not to do, and that the answer ain't in that bottle. And thank to God that I haven't drank anything in going on 4 years now. I plan on drinking nothing else.
All right, thank you, sir. Are there any other questions from the board? All right, Mr. Clayton, thank you. Thank you for coming in today, sir. We appreciate your time. If you will exit the room, we'll have an answer for you later this afternoon.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
One moment as the room clears. And the room is clear, and we do have additional testimony facilitated by the Office of Victim Services.
Sarah, how often do they meet, this parole board, you know?
For the victims to join its central office.
I think it's at least monthly. I could be wrong on that. I'll find out, but it's regularly. I mean, I appeared with a victim not that long ago, just a few months ago. So, and our office we work with victims and represent them at these hearings if they would like us to. So
You all are here for the parole.
this is pretty regular that this
But
happens.
Ned thinks that the commissioner looks like Barbie Benton, that dated Hugh Hefner many years.
This hearing today, but thank you so much for joining
If
us.
you remember who that was, Joel.
I do need each.
Remember Barbie Benton, Playboy model?
Yes, I do.
That was one of the people thinks that the commissioner that's talking looks like her.
Take a look. I wasn't.
At this time, we would like to know from you all whether you were.
Joe, there are cases, sometimes a rare case, like 8%, where in fact the parole commission agrees that parole is fair. And I've seen a couple cases where someone does something young, and then a long time has passed, and they really do have a chance to become a productive member of society. And a couple of those cases, I think, are like, I know they're horrible, but like a drunk driving where two young men are driving home, and one reason or another, there's a crash and he kills the passenger. And but for them driving, the person had no prior criminal history, and they get like 30 years in prison. After like 25 years, they could be a productive if they, so it's not going to bring the person back, but there are rare cases where
Please wait as
parole can be
OBS
valuable.
as a statement to be read.
Yeah. I mean, Sarah Ford, to that point that Tim just made,
Will be read from
I didn't know
James
someone's been rehabilitated or not.
I am opposed to parole.
I mean, I
Mr.
think
Hanson tried to strangle me on the night of December 31st,
I'm going to see if I can.
February 1st, 2020, during an argument when I terminated the relationship.
Yeah, I was able to do it. I didn't know I could do it. Go ahead, Sarah.
I think that I mean, that's our goal, right? We don't want to convict people and say we're going to throw away the key on. I mean, thousands of people are incarcerated in our prisons. We don't want that. I think that there is a very small number of people who cannot be rehabilitated. I think that there a lot of times people think that people who are defendants in the criminal system are terrible, horrible, evil people. And I can say, as a former public defender, as a former prosecutor, and now a victims' rights attorney, I think the handful of people that I've encountered that I would say that's an evil person is probably very small. I think there are people that make very bad decisions. They're influenced by drugs and alcohol and sex, and those are not things as excuses, but those are things that can influence someone's actions. So I think the hope for all of us, I mean, that's just a human hope, is that people can change. Do people change? I think the vast majority of people choose not to, even when they have the opportunity. I mean, you've got the opportunity at the South Carolina Department of Corrections to have alcohol and drug treatment. You can get education, you can get job skills, those types of things. There are some people that are going to come before this board and they're going to say, yes, I've done those things. I've done my time. I have a clean record in prison. I've gotten my education. I'm working as a mentor with other inmates. That might be someone who deserves to be released back into society with a very short leash, in my opinion, making sure that they are doing exactly what they need to do. But unfortunately, a lot of people continue to make those bad decisions, those criminal decisions, and they deserve to stay right where they are up in Department of Corrections.
Yeah. Tim, that's kind of interesting. I mean, I would assume that most of the people that you've seen, Tim, also are just, they made a bad decision, a bad mistake in a moment in a time, but are not necessarily horribly evil people.
That's true.
Is that true?
Yeah, that's true. And I've had the other ones that just continue to make bad decisions. But here in Tallahassee, because we have a college, right? So you have college kids that make bad decisions under the influence of alcohol and drugs. And then there's a sexual activity occurs. And then you got, I didn't consent, or maybe I told them to stop. And then because of alcohol, drugs, being young, they do something stupid. That can affect them the rest of their lives. And they have no other prior history, never been in trouble before. And it is. People do stupid things when they're young, as we all know. We all did stupid things when we were young. And we hope that you do something that is just a blemish, right? Just a blemish in your life and doesn't affect you for the rest of your life. But then there are other people and commit some crimes that are just so horrendous, like this, that you can't overlook it. You can't take it back, It's like you say something so evil to someone, you can't take it back, right? You can't say, oh, I didn't mean it. It's out there. It's done. That person will never look at you the same. And that's what you got with this Susan Smith. What she did is never excusable.
Well said. And that's exactly why I don't think she's got a chance, and of getting out today. We are continuing. You're seeing empty seats now. This is the parole board hearing live from the great state of South Carolina, where Susan Smith, her first parole hearing is scheduled for pretty much right now. We're waiting to find out. It looks like she might be the last, because they're taking a whole bunch of other inmates first. And we're waiting for Susan Smith. We our hearing, she may not show up. We don't know. I don't know that anyone knows that right now. But her ex-husband, David Smith, is certainly there. And Tommy Pope, who was the lead prosecutor, is going to be there speaking against her release. I'm just going to bring up the audio to see where we're at here. And there's no audio. Just so you all know, I had a prior commitment with the lawyer he's asked me to come on. So in about an hour, I've got to go do that. It's 11:30. And then we're going to be back today at 5 and 7, 5 o'clock with a recap of this, and then 7 o'clock looking at the psychology behind what I asked Sarah Ford, which is why does it seem like so many husbands kill their wives? Lenore Walker, Dr. Lenore Walker, who wrote the Battered Woman Syndrome book, is scheduled to join, and a couple of others. That's at 5, and then at 7. That's at 7. That is about basically based off of what's going on with Suzanne Simpson right now. Also, Suzanne and Barry Morphew. That's going to be at 7 with Dr. Lenore Walker, and then at 5 today, we will be doing this with Gigi McKelvey, Roger Rhodes, who's a therapist from South Carolina and a real character, and I believe one other. This is actually unmuted right now, but as you can hear, there's not a lot going on. Sarah, I'm checking in with you because I know you had stuff to do. So please, if you have to jump, let us know. Tim, same with you. I know you are busy.
I got a few more minutes.
Okay.
I can tell you her vote's going to be denied.
Spoiler alert.
I think there are a lot of people, everybody's watching this, it seems, in South Carolina, and, everywhere. Thank you, Anya. Everybody's watching this. I mean, I'm, got lawyer friends and, advocate friends. Everyone's texting. Are you watching this? Are you seeing this?
I hope you're telling them to watch on STS at least.
Of course. Hey, I tweeted it out. I'm not great on Twitter or X or whatever it's called now, but I did. I remember to tweet it out this morning after I was like, yes, I can join you.
Yeah, we are. It looks like they're taking a little bit of a break.
So Joel,
yeah.
So the victim advocate role is an important role in the system. Prosecutors handle cases. They got tons of cases, and they got tons of serious cases. Sometimes they don't get enough time to spend with the victims. They usually do during prep and during plea negotiations. But it's really the victim coordinator or witness person that has that personal touch. And I think you saw that with the mom who was just speaking about her daughter, how much she appreciated them keeping her informed. And I've had cases, and I've had some cases that are just bad cases, serious bad cases. And I sometimes look at the victim witness coordinator, and I almost want to say, I'm sorry we're here too, but I'm like glad that they're there for the victim, right? Because sometimes the prosecutors are doing some things, they may not show as much attention to the victim. And sometimes you just get bad cases and you want to say, we're sorry what happened. Can we reach some resolution? We don't want to give any more harm to the family. We know what our guy was bad, and I'm just trying to get a fair sentence. And it's a tough thing, and I say hello to victim witnesses. I know some defense lawyers think that they lie and they tell these people that, but I think they do it for the right reason. And I think it's
we could say that about defense attorneys, though, but that wouldn't be right either.
Oh, I agree. And I've never really had a bad relationship with the victim witness coordinator because I know they're doing their job and I'm doing mine.
It's obviously a super important job. I mean, Sarah, day to day, what is your work like? What do you do day to day?
So it's interesting because each prosecutor's office, law enforcement office in South Carolina, and really around the country, they have victim advocates. I'm a victims' rights attorney. So I, represent victims not only in criminal cases, but in navigating the process. It could be in Title IX, immigration, all sorts of things. But the majority of my job and the job of advocates is to represent the interests of the crime victim. You know, the state represents the state. They don't represent the interests of the victim. And so often the interests of the victim and what the state wants are two completely different things.
Mhm.
And what this relatively new field of victims' rights law is doing is giving victims a seat at that table. You know, basically for saying, hey, we're standing up, we're asking for their rights to be protected. You know, defendants have rights, they deserve to be protected. Victims have rights and they deserve to be protected. And it's unusual. You know, victims' rights lawyers are an unusual, there aren't that many of us out there, but it's definitely something that I think our law enforcement, our prosecutors, our judges, our system is seeing is really important, because we see that sometimes victims are re-traumatized by the system, and we want to avoid that as much as possible. And having someone who represents them and their interests exclusively is incredibly important. So day to day, I might, you know, have a consult with a victim. We might talk about how we can meet with a prosecutor. They've had an issue with that prosecutor, figuring out that you know, those issues that they've got, going and representing them in a guilty plea. You know, it's really varied.
Just going to say, definitely important work there for sure. Looks like they're coming back here. This is South Carolina parole board hearing, obviously hearing from a lot of other people who are incarcerated looking to be released. The most prominent one today, of course, is Susan Smith. You know, it just occurred to me, Sarah Ford, 30 years from now, are we going to see Alec Murdaugh at one of these? Is it still state law where he's going to be eligible for parole or no?
Yeah, I think he would be. So, I mean, if he lasts that long,
He's
yeah.
not going to last that long.
I said if, right? I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
if, you know, prison's a tough place. You know, like if you are, you know, king prisoner in prison, it's a rough place. That stress, that it's, you know, so, you know, seeing 90-year-old inmates is pretty damn rare.
Is
You know,
Murdaugh in one of the bad prisons?
yeah, I think he's in Max. I don't know exactly where he's located. I think officially, but he's in a violent maximum security, to my knowledge. Yeah.
Yeah, I had the name on the tip of my tongue. It'll come back to me, but it's a violent prison. If she gets denied parole today, does she get to come up again for parole every 2 years, right, Sarah?
Yeah, every 2 years she'll be up for parole. So this is something this family, you know, will have to deal with over and over and over again. Yeah.
Yeah. Ned Smith, Fred is free and he's being a pain in the you know what. He's right here. His sister Ethel is outside and he wants out, but Fred can be nowhere near a pool by himself because he's like a little brick and he will start to sink. And then the COE will have to jump in and get him, and that will be something that I don't want to witness for many, many reasons. Let's see here. Daza Lingu, she will not get parole this time, and not for some time in the future. I would have to agree with that. So here we are. We are waiting for the Susan Smith parole hearing. Could happen at any moment. And let's see. Space Coast, let me know. I have it unmuted on my end. I just don't think there's audio yet.
So this is like the Super Bowl to the parole commission, this case. They have to know they're on national TV, court TV. Everybody's going to be watching, and they're all dialed up, slicked up. And
Yeah. Hey, Sarah, what about this? Can Susan Smith make money off of her story in prison? There's laws against this, right?
Nope. Thank God she cannot. But that's the issue with, I mean, I think that documentary team that interviewed her back in August, they talked with her and then they put money in her canteen. So ultimately that's what she's doing. She's benefiting in some way. And, you know, we have laws that, you know, you're not to benefit from your crimes. And so she clearly got her canteen filled. She definitely got her honey buns and M&Ms for a while there, I guess, until they figured out what was happening, and then they announced that she got in trouble for that.
Jansen, look, Rebecca here is watching from Australia.
Yeah.
It always amazes me that people around the world are intrigued by these cases. We seem to be the most violent country. I don't know why, but why do you think people down under are tuning in to see what's going to happen with Susan Smith?
What time is it in Australia right now that Rebecca,
It's
who
got
looks
to
like
be
a lovely young lady, has nothing better to do than this?
Yeah. I'd be in the outback just hanging out.
Something.
It's either very late tonight or tomorrow. Here's another Aussie.
It might be tomorrow more. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe it's late tonight. It's
I'll let you know.
2:15 a.m.
Yeah.
Thank
it's
you, Nicole.
Middle of the night. What are you doing up, Nicole? Let us know. But yeah, Tim, seriously, why are people interested in these cases all around the world?
You know, I see people every day that come up to me and say, I see you on STS. And they don't watch the news anymore. They say the media, they don't watch it, but they all like crime TV. They all love STS. The Markel murder case gets them hooked. And these are people you would not realize, very important jobs in government and are very affluent, and they're hooked on crime. And it's crazy. They say they can't get enough of it. So it's good. Media, regular TV is dead.
Thank you. Ms. Parker, if you can advise when the recording has resumed.
All right, they're back here.
The recording has resumed. Thank you. It's 10:45 a.m. We're resuming our hearings. We're heading to Goodman for case number 14, Danica Felder. Case number 14, Danica Felder, and she has supporters. One moment as both parties connect. Hello there, Goodman, confirming you are Ms. Danica Felder.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And their support site confirming you are here in support of Ms. Felder.
So this is another case. Look at this, Jared Ross. It's true, Tim. I called a local shop to get some stuff done for my son's baseball team, and the owner said, I see you on STS. Tallahassee, the place to be for STS.
Watkins, thank you so much for joining us today. Ms. Felder, please tell us what you have done to get ready for parole.
I took classes, a lot of self-meditating and going to church and just getting myself together to get parole and going up for trying for housing and putting in applications for halfway house.
Is your plan to go to a halfway house if you are paroled?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, you were convicted of voluntary manslaughter. Were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol when you committed this crime?
No, ma'am.
And what, if anything, would you say to your victim's family if you could speak to them?
I'm sorry. I hate that this happened. I wish I could take it all back. I'm a changed person. I'm not where I used to be, and I just want a chance to get out of here and just make things right and live a good life and be a positive citizen and give back. And I just hate that it's happened. And I'm sorry. And I'm very remorseful.
All right, Ms. Felder, how can you assure us that something like this would never happen again if we granted you parole?
Staying around positive people, not doing things that I used to, keeping a trap mind, staying in the church, raising my son, and working and living a positive life.
All right, thank you. What's the most important thing that you've learned while you've been incarcerated?
That it's okay to walk away and realizing what I did wrong and changing myself and realizing how I could be a better person and taking the steps to be a better person.
Is there anything else that you would like to tell us today before I give your supporters a chance to speak?
I just pray that I'm given the chances. I'm not where I used to be anymore. I changed in so many ways, and I'm very remorseful and wish to have a second chance at life.
Right, I see that you had an infraction in April of 2023 for some type of narcotic. What were you using then?
I was Remeron. I was a sleeping medication.
All right. Are you still?
And now I have my own prescription for it.
You do. Okay. Are you working with mental health?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that helpful to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that something that you would be willing to continue to comply with if you are paroled?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, ladies at Watkins, I need each of you to please state your name for the record and your relationship to Ms. Felder, please.
My name is Barbara Isaac. I am Danika's aunt.
Thank you, Ms. Isaac. The other lady?
My name is Cindy Felder, and I'm Danika's mother.
Thank you, Ms. Felder. We appreciate both of you ladies being here to support her today. Do either of you wish to speak on her behalf?
Didn't understand the question.
I just said, would either of you like to speak on behalf of Ms. Felder?
Yeah, like I said, I'm Danica aunt, and I knew her all her life, when she born. And sometimes my kids, tend to stray away, even though they brought up in the church. But, life is like a learning thing. Things happen. And I just pray that hope that you guys can, kind of give her another chance, to prove herself. So I just, like I say, I knew her all over her life, and I think she's a pretty good kid, and things just happen. And it's no excuse for what she did, but I just hope that she's learned that things don't have to be the way it turned out to be.
Thank you, Ms. Isaac. Ms. Felder, do you wish to speak?
Yes, I think she learned a lesson, and I pray that y'all grant her mercy. She do have a 12-year-old son, and he misses her and loves her very much. And I feel that she learned a lesson, and I hope y'all grant her mercy.
Thank you. Again, we appreciate you being here. She's very fortunate to have your support. Are there any other questions from the board? All right, ladies, thank you for joining us. If all of you will please exit the rooms, we will have an answer for you later today. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
One moment, that's to be included. And the room is clear.
Oh, that's if you're not.
No, we are.
Ms. Danica Felder is denied parole. The vote is unanimous. Numbers 1, 3, 4, and 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case will be case number 37, Matthew Thomas. Case number 37, Matthew Thomas. One moment as Tiger River connects.
Yeah.
Elder Tiger River, confirming you are Mr. Matthew Randall Thomas.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for joining you before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
We are continuing to monitor the Susan Smith parole hearing out of South Carolina. She is yet to appear. We think they are saving the worst for last here, but we will find out. These are other inmates looking to make their case for parole.
I've been finding a house, a halfway house to go to, and I don't know what else to say.
Which halfway house have you applied to?
It's called the AYA house.
And what is your plan beyond that?
To find a good job and save up my money and like buy a car, buy a house, do everything I should have done before I got arrested.
Mr. Thomas, you were convicted of criminal sexual conduct with a minor, 3rd degree. Were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol when you committed your crime?
Yes, ma'am.
And what, if anything, have you done to address those issues?
I've been going to Narcotics Anonymous. I've been hanging out with with people that are trying to stay clean and do the right thing and all that.
How long have you been clean?
Since August 28th.
Are you working with mental health?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that helpful to you?
It is.
I got a lot of thoughts, Joel, on this one.
Is this probation violation still pending?
Go for it, Sarah.
I mean, you're incarcerated. You have the choice, right? You know, you're there, and I certainly know that drugs certainly make their way into our prisons. But I mean, how long have you're convicted of criminal sexual conduct? You know, were drugs and alcohol a part of that? Yes. How long have you been clean? A month and a half.
Yeah.
When I got the notice that my parole hearing is up, in 2 months, like, give me a break. Like, there are people that deserve to be paroled, but he's not following the rules in prison. How's he going to follow the rules out there? For a lot of people, they just think the rules don't apply to them, and
Yeah, 1,000%. When he said, "How long have you been clean?" I thought he was going to say like 2006. He said,
whatever. How long he's been in there? Like, are you kidding me? Like, yeah, since last week I got the notice. That's why I'm clean. Like, what a joke.
Yeah, this is crazy. So just to recap again, and Tim is with us also, famed Tallahassee defense attorney. I'm going to be here for about another 15 minutes. Tim and Sarah are more than welcome to say they both, I'm sure, have business to attend to, but I had a prior commitment with lawyer, for a future show, not for today's show. So I've got to tape something with him at 11:30. The COE is obviously going to keep this up and running the whole way through. We are expecting Susan Smith, not Sarah Ford, Susan Smith to be making her case for parole. Although some people have said for whatever reason they don't know that she's going to speak today. We don't know that. It has not been confirmed yet. In any event, obviously we are staying on this through the end of the proceedings with Susan Smith, one way or the other, and then coming back at 5:00 with Gigi McKelvey of Pretty Lies and Alibis and Roger Rhodes. I'm getting all the names screwed up today. I can't keep it straight. And Roger Rhodes, everything is becoming one in my mind. And he's going to be with us at 5, along with Gigi. And then at 7, we're going to do sort of the psychological aspect of Suzanne Simpson, Suzanne Morphew, what is going on, why are husbands killing wives, and we're going to have some psychologists on to discuss that, including Dr. Lenore Walker, who has written Battered Woman Syndrome. So there you go. It's been a wacky week, and here we are on Wednesday. Let's continue to listen in here.
Again, I'm Rebecca Reed. I'm the mother of the victim, Chloe Dupre. I'm here today. I wrote what I was going to say because I didn't want to forget it. To express my extreme opposition to the parole of Matthew Thomas. On October 5th, 2021, he committed a horrific sexual assault against my daughter, Chloe. This crime committed in front of 11-year-old Bella has had a devastating and irreversible impact on both Chloe and Bella's lives. Chloe has endured severe trauma, including multiple suicide attempts, one of which left her in ICU. She's been in and out of mental institutions. Bella, who witnessed the assault, has also been deeply affected, experiencing her own emotional and psychological trauma. Our bond with Chloe as a family has been deeply damaged, and I'm deeply concerned about her future as well as the lasting effects on Bella. I want the parole board to know that I don't have a hate for Matthew Thomas. I've known Matthew Thomas since he was 12 years old. When he was a troubled teen, I took him in and I tried to help him before my children were born. And despite my best efforts to guide him, he continued to struggle. Matthew was in the hospital the day Chloe was born. So it's with a heavy heart that I have to be here today before you. More recently, he came to Myrtle Beach seeking my support and sobriety. His attempts at sobriety were inconsistent, and with one period lasting up to a year, but ultimately he was unable to maintain it. The assault happened with Chloe while she was babysitting a friend's dog with her younger friend Bella. Matthew Thomas showed up at the house. He convinced her to try alcohol for the first time and convinced her to take extra seizure meds. While she was drugged, he sexually assaulted her in front of an 11-year-old. This experience has left Chloe struggling with severe PTSD, anxiety, and depression. She has difficulty trusting people and has become increasingly withdrawn. Chloe's trauma is manifested in numerous ways. She has nightmares and flashbacks that make it difficult for her to sleep. She's become isolated, withdrawing from friends and family, and has lost interest in activities she once enjoyed. The emotional and psychological scars are profound. And despite ongoing therapy, her recovery is slow and still uncertain. Chloe dropped out of school. She stopped taking care of herself physically. She's even shaved her head in a moment of duress. Bella, too, has been affected, struggling with fear, anxiety, and trust issues as a result of witnessing the assault. Matthew Thomas has a history of drug abuse, and the fact that he was on probation at the time of the assault further demonstrates his disregard for the law and his potential to reoffend. His actions show a pattern of behavior that poses a continued threat to society. To my knowledge, he's shown no remorse for his action and hasn't taken responsibility for the harm he caused. The lack of accountability is deeply concerning and suggests that he has not undergone necessary rehabilitation to ensure his harm to others in the future. His inability to maintain sobriety, even with support, and his history of violating probation continues to highlight his disregard for legal boundaries and societal norms. The fact that he committed such a heinous crime while on probation underscores his potential danger to the community. If released, I feel there's a significant risk he could reoffend, putting others at risk of similar harm. Furthermore, that lack of remorse and failure to take responsibility for his actions suggests he has not internalized the gravity of his crime. The mindset is dangerous as it indicates a lack of empathy and understanding and consequences of his actions. Without genuine remorse, commitment to change is unlikely, and he will not be able to reintegrate into society safely. May he be eligible for parole while Chloe continues to live with the devastating consequences of his actions. It's unjust that he should be granted an opportunity to move forward with his life while she continues to suffer. The impact on our family has been profound. We do live with the emotional toll on all of us, and it has been immense. Chloe's siblings are also affected as they struggle to understand and cope with what happened to their sister and why she changed. I urge you to consider the severity of Matthew Thomas's crime and that you do not grant him parole. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Reed. And again, we are so very, very
The
sorry.
courage it takes
Family has been
to
through.
speak about this from a
So,
mother's perspective and her children.
ladies at Anderson, do either of you wish to speak?
It's heartbreaking watching this. It really is. There's so much more.
I'm very much opposed to Matthew being on parole or released in any way early.
Survived.
I go by Nikki. My name is Nikki Jensen. My daughter is. The best way I can describe it, because Becca hit it way better than I ever could, is that their family was the first family that I found in recovery. Our kids bonded rather quickly, and through all the 2 years in recovery together, we have grown very, very close. So though our kids are friends, we are very much like a family. And when Matthew came to that area and had been in Becca's life for so long.
Again, you guys are watching live coverage of the Susan Smith parole hearing. That is not Susan Smith, nor her family, nor victim's family. This is someone else, but they're getting to Susan Smith. Just want to thank Tim Jansen for being here today on a kind of a nutty morning, and Sarah Ford, who is a South Carolina victims advocate attorney. Sarah, thank you for being here, and appreciate your professional insight into this. We are going to stay on this. The COE is going to be in charge. I have to head to the studio. I'm doing something with a lawyer. We'll be back at 5 o'clock to recap all of this, and then a 7 o'clock show on Suzanne Simpson. So thank you all. Continue to watch, and we'll be back with you. Thank you, Sarah.
Rebecca, as she has stood beside Chloe through all of the after effects of everything that has happened, and neither girl has been the same since. And I do not feel that it would be just in any way for Matthew to get out any earlier than he already. I'm sorry, but I personally did not think that the time he was given was enough. So to get out early would just be horrific to me. I think my daughter already knows that we moved to this area over the summer, and we were notified shortly thereafter that Matthew has moved not too far from our area, and she already has anxiety about that. So having him free, I honestly I don't know that I'm ready to deal with the effects that would come from that. So I'm very much opposed to him getting out. I'm sorry I'm not as eloquent as Becca, and I could not write it out. I didn't know what I was going to want to say, but thank you.
And thank you. We certainly appreciate all of your comments. Young ladies, do either of you wish to speak? You certainly do not have to. But if you would like to say anything, you're welcome to do that.
Bella doesn't.
Thank you. It's okay if you don't want to speak.
Yeah, I know. I know it's okay. I would like to.
Okay.
I remember how we found out it happened. Whenever Chloe, I never saw it coming, honestly. They were really, really close, her and Matthew. And I kind of just thought, she's got an older friend to hang out with. I hung out with some older people too. Matthew was a family friend, so nobody ever really thought twice about it. Whenever he would, Chloe didn't even think to call or ask if Matthew should be there coming in the house. And I remember we found out whenever Chloe first tried to kill herself, and she wrote a letter because she expected to actually do it, telling her to ask Bella what happened that night. And none of us knew what happened that night. I don't remember how we found out, but it was my mom who found out first, as far as I know, that Chloe had been raped by Matthew. And honestly, I didn't want to believe it at first, but it's not like Bella or Chloe would lie about that. So it was totally messed up to hear about, and mine and Chloe's relationship has not been the same since that has happened. She used to come to me for everything, and now she's always trying to protect me from everything, like I don't know anything. But I know this stuff. I'm her older sister, and she's always trying to protect me from everything that happened, telling me everything's fine, when I know it's not fine. She has that look on her face whenever it's not fine. And she hides everything from everyone. I find stuff out because I hang out with her all the time. Before she left, when she left for Texas, she didn't tell anybody she was actually leaving. But I think I understand why she left from here. Things have been horrible here ever since that happened to him. But I don't want him out of there. No. Okay, I think I'm done talking now.
Thank you so much for sharing with us. You're a very, very brave young woman, both of you, for joining us. And we thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. And your sister is very fortunate to have such a great sister. So thank you for being here today. We really are very sorry for all that you have been through, and we wish you all the very best. If nobody else has anything that they would like to share, if you all will exit the room, so we'll have an answer for you later today. Ladies, here, you can exit with these ladies right over here. Thank you so much. We wish you well. Thank you, ladies in Anderson.
Please wait as the room clears. Anderson remote site is clear.
The room at Central is clear. Mr. Matthew Thomas will be denied parole. The vote is unanimous. Numbers 1, 4, 5, and 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case will be case number 7, James Bruton Jr. Case number 7, James Bruton Jr. One moment as Tiger River connects. Hello there, Tiger River. Confirm you are Mr. James William Bruton Jr.
Yes, ma'am.
For joining you before the board, please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Mr. Bruton. We hope you're doing well today. Please tell us what you have done to get ready for parole.
Well, I've been taking a trade and active.
What trade have you been working on?
I'm doing auto body.
Okay, is that something that you would want to do on the outside?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a place to live, sir?
Yes, I do.
And where is that?
120 Westover Drive with my aunt, Mary Madeline Bruton.
Mr. Bruton, were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol when you committed this murder?
Alcohol, yes, ma'am.
And what have you done about that, your issues with alcohol?
Well, I took substance abuse and drug abuse classes since I've been in.
How do you feel about the crime that you committed?
I hate it happened. I'm very sorry that it happened. It was a decision I shouldn't have never made.
What's the most important thing that you've learned during your incarceration?
Well, to be obedient and obey the law and rules and regulations.
Is there anything else that you would like to tell us today, sir?
No, ma'am.
Are there any other questions from the board? All right, Mr. Bruton, thank you so much for your time, sir. We appreciate you coming in this morning. If you will exit the room, we will have an answer for you later today. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, officers.
One moment as the room clears. And the room is clear, and we do have additional testimony facilitated by our Office of Victim Services.
Please wait as the victim joins virtually. Lieutenant Harwell?
Yes.
Yes, good morning. Please state your name and your relationship to the case of James Bruton.
Yes, my name is Lieutenant Doug Harwell. I'm with the Spartanburg Police Department, and I oppose parole for Mr. Bruton.
All right, please wait for the board to address you, sir.
Good morning, Lieutenant Harwell. We hope you are doing well this morning. Thank you so much for joining us. At this time, we would like to know if you are opposed to parole or if you are in favor, and if you'd like to make any additional statement, you are certainly welcome to do so.
Thank you. On behalf of the police department, we oppose parole. I was reviewing the case. It's one of those cases that it kind of shocks you a little bit. I'm sure the board's looked over the case, but Mr. Bruton, the homicide itself is bad, but he hit him with a pipe, thought he was dead. Come back later, seen he wasn't dead, hit him again. Then after he was dead, he left. It just, Chief Thompson told us that, and he's mentioned it several times, that you can't rehabilitate evil. I think those actions pretty much describe evil. We think that he rightly deserves the sentence he got, and we just asked the parole board to let him continue serving the sentence that he earned.
Thank you, Lieutenant Harwell. We appreciate your time and your comments, sir. Someone from Victim Services will be back in touch with you shortly to let you know the outcome of the hearing. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
Please wait as the room clears. And the room is clear.
Mr. James Bruton Jr. is denied parole. The vote is unanimous, numbers 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case will be case number 39, Charles Tyson. Case number 39, Charles Tyson. And he does have supporters. One moment as both parties connect. Hello there at Tiger River. Confirm you are Mr. Charles Tyson.
Yes, I'm Charles Tyson.
Thank you, sir. And there at our support site, confirm you are here in support of Mr. Tyson.
Yvonne Tyson.
Thank you both for joining you before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Mr. Tyson, and good morning to the lady at Watkins. Thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Tyson, please tell us what you have done to get ready for parole.
Well, I stayed married. I work in the chapel. I've been part of several programs. One in particular, the Academy of Hope at Lee County, which was a violence interruption program that was established there in 2019 in an effort to quell the gang violence that was at the prison. I'm married, I got a wife, I got a home.
All right, tell us what's the most important thing that you've learned during your incarceration?
That there's consequences for actions, whether they're good or bad. If you make bad decisions, bad consequences follow. If you make good decisions, we expect that good consequences will follow.
Mr. Tyson, what, if anything, would you say to your victim's family if you had the opportunity to speak to them at this point in your life?
That how sorry I am, and that I wish that day never would have happened, and I wish I would have been more clearer thinking. I wish I was growner. I wish I had a better understanding. I wish I would have listened to my parents.
Were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol when you committed this murder?
I was smoking some marijuana at that time.
Do you have any issues with drugs or alcohol at this point in your life?
Well, I haven't been high in a while. Since 2013, I do believe.
All right. Is there anything else that
But
you...
if I was to be granted parole and I had to take classes or whatever y'all say do, that's what I would do. That's what I would do. Whatever you say do.
Thank you, sir. Is there anything else that you want to tell us before I give your supporter a chance to speak?
My supporter.
Sir, I'm sorry. Can you repeat what you said?
I said, my supporter right there, she can speak.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Ma'am, would you please state your name for the record and your relationship to Mr. Tyson?
My name is Yvonne Tyson, and I'm Charles Tyson's wife.
Thank you so much for being here today. We certainly appreciate that. Would you like to make a statement on his behalf?
Yes, I would. I would like to say that I've been with Charles Tyson for 35 years, and I've grown to know him, and I know his heart, and I know that he loves, he loves people. And not only that, during the whole 35 years, we've always talked about the wrong decision that he made and how he hurt the Jonas family. And if he could do a do-over, he would do it. And, he's been doing a lot of good things. I know back in 2020, when they had COVID real bad, and not even the officers wanted to take care of all of the COVID patients, because at Lee County, they were all housed at Lee County. And so they knew that somebody had to do it, and the inmates needed help. And so he and 3 other guys, they went in and they took care of these guys that were, infected with COVID-19. And during that time, I contacted my church and we prayed 24 hours a day, because it was so dangerous, to the point where not even the officers or the medical staff wanted to go in and take care of the inmates. But they knew without a shadow of a doubt, that somebody had to do it, and they stepped up to the plate. And I know that's true love, because the word of God says, greater love that a man would lay down his life for a friend. And that's what they were doing. And I was telling my church exactly what they did. And so the pastor set it up where, we all would pray for them around the clock. And to God be the glory, he took care of them. And not only did he take care of them while they were taking care of the inmates, that were infected with COVID-19. And I know without a shadow of a doubt that his heart has changed, that he will be a blessing, to the young men and young ladies out here, in society, because he's really helped our kids and also the kids at church by hearing, his testimony and so forth. And I really do believe that if you were to grant him parole, you will see. And if he could talk personally to the family, he would tell them how sad and how sorry he is, because he tells me that all the time. And we pray about it. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mrs. Tyson. We appreciate your comments, and we thank you for being here so very much. Are there any other questions from the board? Thank you both for joining us this morning. If you all will please exit the rooms, we will have an answer for you later today. Thank you.
One moment as the room clears. And the room is clear, and we do have additional testimony facilitated by the Office of Victim Services.
Please wait as the victim joins virtually. Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Poston. I'm sorry, sir, we can't hear you. There you go. We can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I apologize. I kept hitting the mute button.
That's okay. If you would, please state your name and your relationship to the case of Charles Tyson.
I'm John Poston, and he was my uncle.
Yes, sir. And is someone else with you there?
My mother's here.
Okay, if she would, please state her name and relationship to the case.
My name is Myra Poston, and I'm sorry, what was the last one you said?
What is your relationship to Uncle Charlie?
Yeah, the relationship to Charlie was my brother.
Thank you both. If you would, please wait for the board to address you.
All right, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so very much for joining us. We are so sorry for the circumstances that brought you to be a part of this hearing, but we appreciate you taking the time to speak with us. At this time, we would like to know whether you are for or against parole, and if either of you wishes to make a statement, you are certainly welcome to do so.
We're definitely against it. Like we've been doing now for I don't know how many years, being inconvenienced and can't move on from this situation. And watching everybody used to come and help us with these parole hearings, either passed away or whatever. So I'm kind of now the only one left to handle all this. But I oppose it on two main reasons. Again, I'll reiterate like the last several years. The first one being that he was my uncle, a family member, and he was like my big brother. And my mom actually asked me just now, how long ago has he been passed away? And I looked, and it's been 43 years now. And every single day, it seems like 1981 back in my mind, especially when it comes to this time of year. So that thought process will never disappear, or we get over it, move on. But, as far as that goes, he was like my big brother. I loved him, and I wish he could have been here longer to be with me. And, I was telling her today, he got me involved in football when I was a little boy. He went to North Myrtle Beach High. I went to West Florence, and they're actually playing tomorrow, Friday night in the playoffs. And I would have loved to go with him to that, but as you can see, that's impossible now. But as a family member, I definitely oppose it. As a law enforcement officer that's been retired now 25 years and provides security under a proprietary license under SLED for a church/school, I definitely oppose it from that perspective, mainly because this guy supposedly had robbed my uncle one time already, then robbed him again, and the second time he ended up killing him, shooting him twice. And if that wasn't even bad enough, he decides to shoot at a law enforcement officer that was responding to the scene. I take that very personally on a number of reasons. And based on his past history, there's not been not one time have I listened to the tapes or anything where he comes out and just says he's sorry, or, he doesn't repent. He doesn't say anything to us or apologize for his behavior or ask for forgiveness. It's more or less, hey, I'm a changed man. I'm a Christian. I sing. I got married, blah, 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 and all that. So it's like, he hasn't changed one bit, in my opinion. Again, going back to where he wrote the book on judicial lynching, making a mockery of our justice system, which we do have flaws. Being a cop, I understand the flaws that do exist in our justice system, but we can't let someone like that make a mockery out of it. And so, for mainly all those reasons and other victims that have to deal with situations like this every single year and can't move on, I totally deny parole. I request a denial of parole for this guy.
Thank you, Mr. Poston. Mrs. Poston, do you wish to make a statement?
Yes, of course, this was my brother, and he was just so young and taking care of everybody, my mother and all that. And this person who has done so badly to us, and some of the words he even said when I was around. So I just definitely do not want him to be released out into the wild earth, I guess you want to say. But yes, I definitely deny that.
Thank you. And again, we are very, very sorry for the circumstances that brought y'all to be a part of this hearing, but thank you for your time and your comments. Someone from Victim Services will be back in touch with you shortly to let you know the outcome of the hearing. Thank you, and we wish you well.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Please wait as the room clears. And the room is clear.
Mr. Charles Tyson is denied parole. The vote is unanimous. Numbers 1, 3, and 6. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this time, we will pause for a 5-minute break. Ms. Hunter, if you can advise when the recording has been paused.
The recorder has been paused.
Thank you. We will take a brief 5-minute break and we'll be back shortly.
Hi, everyone. It's the COE. I just want to remind you that we are continuing to watch this. We're still waiting for Susan Smith. So if you are just joining us, you have not missed anything. There are dozens of defendants who have parole hearings today. So we are listening to those before we get to Susan Smith. We are unsure when her parole hearing will actually be in terms of the timing, but we will keep this live stream up until then. And there's a 5-minute break right now. So if you need to take a break and stretch, please remember to do that. We are on standby here, just waiting and watching with you guys. And I do want to share some breaking news. There is a guilty verdict for 26-year-old Jose Antonio Ibarra. He was on trial for the murder of Laken Riley. She was the nursing student who was attacked while jogging in Georgia. So there is breaking news coming up on that. And again, we are standing by here for Susan Smith. We have Sarah Ford in the chat right now. She's the attorney who was just on with us. She's one of our best guests. And she is saying that Susan Smith is next. She's a local there. She's an attorney. And she is saying Susan Smith is next. So we will be here on standby. Thanks so much.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're hearing me okay. I've had just a couple of issues today. Checking my audio here. Yes. So we are obviously awaiting Susan Smith's parole hearing. Here I am. I was supposed to be on with the lawyer but there's breaking news which he is covering and we're covering. So he is covering the Lake and Riley story, I guess, live. So we are going to continue to monitor the Susan Smith hearing um, that is about to apparently take place. Here I am. Here you are, and we're going to watch this together. Just a quick update again on today, as far as I know, and it's been a wild one already. We're going to take this. We're going to probably watch Susan Smith get her parole request denied. And then 5 o'clock, we're going to recap this with Gigi McKelvey of Pretty Lies and Alibis, Roger Rhodes. I keep saying Ford. Dr. Roger Rhodes is a therapist. And then at 7 o'clock, we've got Dr. Lenore Walker on discussing Suzanne Simpson with a few other people. She wrote the book, Battered Woman Syndrome. So there you go. This is a live shot. Sarah Ford says the Suzanne Smith parole hearing is coming up. COE, I'm not hearing audio. Are we muted? Just let me know here.
We're on a 5-minute court break right now. They should be coming in and starting shortly. Sarah Ford says that she heard from the court that Susan Smith is coming up within the next few minutes. So they may be starting with her first or within the next few minutes.
And we have audio. It's just they have muted it on their end, I take it.
There is audio. Once the break is over, you will hear it. And it should be over any minute now.
I need to meditate. All right. Thank you. I'm going to sit here with you guys, watch this. Once it comes back live, we will bring it to you live. You should hear the audio once we're ready to go. Looks like the room is a little bit more full now than previously. We are waiting Susan Smith's parole hearing, 30 years behind bars after the murder of her 2 sons by drowning them. Took them 6 minutes, these little boys, to die. And
I'm sorry, I still had you muted. My apologies.
Here's the audio.
I just need to confirm there is some other conversation. Is everything? Okay. Yes, ma'am. We are ready. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Hunter, if you can advise when the recording has begun.
The recording has begun.
Thank you. The time now is 11:41 a.m. We're resuming our hearings. Our next case will be case number 34. Case number 34, Susan Smith. One moment as Leith connects, and she does have supporters, and will be represented by attorney Tommy Thomas.
Thank you.
One moment as all parties connect.
Ms. Brown Hennerhan, I do have a statement that I need to read into the record, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have received this correspondence. It is addressed to the Honorable Chair Kimberly Frederick, dated November 20th, 2024. Please be advised that I will recuse myself in the parole hearing of Susan Smith, number 221487. I was acting warden at Camille Brand Correctional Center in 1999, where inmate Smith was housed, and subsequently transferred to Leith Correctional Institution. I have determined that it is appropriate to recuse to eliminate any appearance of affecting her opportunity for parole. Respectfully, Geraldine P. Miro. Thank you, Mrs. Miro. This is accepted. If you would please exit the room. Thank you. Mrs. Miro has recused herself of this case and has exited the room. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have moved her site into the lobby briefly. And one moment as we admit all parties. There at Leith, Ma'am, confirming you are Miss Susan Smith.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And Attorney Tommy Thomas, are you able to hear us?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Thank you. And there at the support site, confirm you are here in support of Miss Susan Smith.
They're asking, can you hear? Yes, we can hear.
And you're here in support of Miss Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
And thank you all for joining you before the board. Please await for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Ms. Smith. Good morning, Mr. Thomas, and good morning to the folks at Watkins. Thank you all for being here with us today. We hope everyone is doing well. Ms. Smith, I want you to know that we have received the packet of information that Mr. Thomas's office provided to us on your behalf, and we have reviewed that packet. So thank you for submitting that in advance of this hearing today. Mr. Thomas, are you going to begin, or is your client going to begin?
Yes, ma'am, I'll be glad to begin.
Yes, sir.
Members of the board, good morning. This is Susan Smith's parole hearing. This has probably been one of the most difficult cases that I have had to put together for a parole presentation. Just lots of different factors to consider. She's been convicted of murder, of course. She has served 30 years, and she was 23 at the time that this incident occurred. She was sentenced to life with the eligibility of parole, so that's why she is here today. I'm not really going to speak much about the crime. There are some things that I want to cover, and that's not out of disrespect. We were very concerned about that. Today is Susan's parole hearing, and so today is going to be about Susan, and I want to make sure that the things that are important not only to her but to this hearing, this board, are presented. And I want to thank you in advance for your time to listen to everything. This story is really a mental health story. Some of this stuff, I've known Susan for a couple of years, and we've been working on this case. One of the things when I first met her was, of course, trying to kind of figure out some rhyme or reason as to, how these things have happened, and was able to find and have someone come to see her on a routine basis for counseling, and also to try to help her, through the daily things with Department of Corrections. As a result, that's kind of what I kind of came to the conclusion was it is a mental health story. It's about the dangers of untreated mental health. It is about the lack of insight, the lack of diagnosis into mental health, and it's about stigmas, old stigmas. Of course, I'm 68 years old. I remember those. Hopefully, they're not as bad today. Susan was hospitalized as a young teen for a short period of time for mental health treatment. And not to disparage anybody, but her mom was telling folks that she was in the hospital because she had a strep infection. So those were things that we didn't talk about. Those were things that were pushed under the rug, so to speak, because they were embarrassing. They showed weakness. I don't know what they showed, but they showed up and culminated in Susan as a result of a day that all of this came together and produced some horrendous results. So I think it's important to Susan, if anything comes out of this hearing, it's that people understand there's nothing to be ashamed of. There's nothing and no reason not to reach out and seek treatment. And there is certainly no stigma that should be involved in trying to better yourself and help yourself for yourself and for others, members of the family and everyone. Susan, moving on, Susan is a high school graduate. She has some college with USC Union. She has attended International Christian College, and she's worked on an associate's degree. She's still actually working on that in Christian counseling. She has no prior record that I'm aware of. If paroled, she would be living with her brother, Scotty Vaughn. Scotty is here today and very briefly wanted to address the board. The job for her, she has served 30 years, so she's been in Department of Corrections for a long time, would be through vocational rehab. The PEP program is probation and parole, would know it. And we have made arrangements for aftercare with a licensed mental health professional. You have that information in the packet that's been provided to you. Some of the programs that I took the time to look at and I'm not going to speak about all of those because you have those in the packet. The ones that I think are important and relevant today is the self-harmers group. She has attempted to commit suicide on several different occasions within the Department of Corrections. 7 Habits, Beyond Abuse, Jumpstart, which she is a great fan of. She does not have a drug or alcohol addiction, thank goodness. She has been active on Innovo and the Cypher Works programs, Loss and Grief, healing seminars, women's empowerment, anger management, self-esteem, and domestic violence workshops. I normally, and I've presented a number of parole hearings, I first started with this thinking that it had to be different than normally what I would do as far as a presentation. And I came to the conclusion maybe this week, and it doesn't. I think it is, and I will stick with what I would normally do as far as the structure of my presentation. What I always begin with the board is contributing factors because I believe that's important. We need to know what was going on, why it was going on for the board to be able to make a informed decision about her parole expectations and her parole eligibility and what kind of candidate she is for parole. One of the things that has jumped out at me, and I saw this last night in the media, and I know that Susan wants to speak, and because she feels like it's important to get the truth out there, is this is not about the love for another man. I saw it on local TV about how this was all about another man and him not wanting children. From what I have been able to determine, that is just not true. I have spoken with David Bruck, who was a defense attorney on a number of different occasions. David has been a great source of information in regards to Susan. He indicated to me that this was a theory of a motive by the state. That's where we think it developed. However, this was never proven at trial, and it was actually abandoned by the state. So, but it has stuck. And I just wanted to, I know it's important to her to bring this to your attention. The contributing factors in this case were multiple stress points. They converged all at the same time. And we are certainly not trying to say anything about, the horrificness of this crime. It is, and she was found guilty. But we're trying to kind of maybe present to the parole board how these things developed and how it's possible that something like this could happen. One of the things that has been important in her life, and I think is a huge contributor to this crime, is the suicide of her dad at age 6. Horrific, just horrific. And she blamed herself. How could he leave me? And I think it sets the stage for the beginning of some serious mental health issues, some serious depression, which just kind of culminates and continues to snowball. And the lack of, recognition and treatment for this issue with her dad. I mean, it was like the old stigma of, we just tough through these these terrible situations. And, that's how it's done. It's not done that way. There were some attempts to get some sort of psychological help for her after a couple of suicide attempts, and never went anywhere. She was the child. The adults in the picture did not, can't blame them. I think it was the times, did not seek and try to understand the depth and the significance of this and what it was going to produce at a later date. Severe depression, potentially depression after the birth of her last child, which was also undiagnosed, and that postpartum depression that existed in a severe situation. Just in culmination, I apologize for reading something to the board, but I've looked at so much material, and if I can beg the board's attention for a few minutes, I would like to say this and read this because I think it summarizes everything that I've been talking about and everything that Susan wanted to talk about what happened. She said to me, and this was not in preparation for parole, I found this buried in a bunch of documents that had been provided to me. And it is from Susan. And she says, I believe this is what happened to me on October 25th, 1994. I lost touch with reality. My thoughts were not rational nor logic. I don't think I understood that if I allowed this car to go into the lake, that I would never see my children again. The finality of it was not real to me because my thoughts were so screwed up at the time. My mind, I thought, was doing what was best for them. I knew Jesus would take better care of them than I could. It was truly a moment of insanity. There are no easy explanations and not much understanding. How can you make sense of something that is senseless? And I think that shows the remorse that she's had. She's lived with this for forever since this thing. When I first met her and I would go and see her, remorse is difficult. That's something with the parole hearings that I've presented for years is to how do you say, how do you demonstrate remorse? People do it in different manners. And I always look for that. I always ask my clients, and look for the remorse. I could see the pain on her face. It was so difficult. Talking about things were extremely difficult. And not because she didn't want to talk about them, it's just because it was so hard to talk about them. So I think that she is truly remorseful for what happened. And I think she would do anything in the world to bring these children back. But moving on to the next consideration in this presentation is really changes. What changes has she made in herself in prison? One of the things I think is important is that she has no prior history. Nothing that would lead up to believe that someone would be capable of a crime of this nature, which I think is also indicative of what their risk is if the board was inclined to allow her to participate on parole. I don't think that was as a risk, and I think that's what our counselor, who had seen her on a regular basis for a number of years, also indicated that it was very low risk. She's been IRC chairman within the institution. That means something. You're voted on by your peers, and it is an honor to be in that position. She has been a math tutor in education. She's helped numerous inmates obtain their GED. She's been in the character arts program, prison fellowship, which I think is extremely important to her. She's much stronger in her faith than she has ever been. And that is a comfort for her. it's something that that she enjoys. It's something that is extremely important. Jumpstart, good program. She's been in that program. She would actually like to go to Jumpstart if the board would consider her for parole. He has been out of the program for a couple of years, and that would be, she'd have to do some other things for that to happen. So that's why we have chosen that she would go and live with her brother. Good, solid individual in the community, willing to help her in any manner. And one thing I've noticed from the family and friends is that we mourn with her the pain of this crime, but we still love her and we're there for her. So she has that for her, and which is a great resource if the board was going to consider her for parole. One of the other things I've noticed is giving back to the community, arts and crafts. She's made arts and crafts that she's donated to charity. She's helped St. Jude's. She's helped staff members. She said that an insight into what's going on with her, stand on her own 2 feet, not to be influenced by others, live a better life, think before acting. And, you know, other people are affected by your decisions and your actions, and the importance of mental health. I think that comes back into what we're talking about. It's not an excuse, but it is certainly some indication or maybe explanation as to what was going on. The goals, and this is my final area for my presentation, is that I don't think she'll ever be able to forgive herself. That is something that she struggles with forever. I don't think that creates a danger to anyone, except potentially maybe a danger to her. Her medications, her mental health medications, have been balanced well by the Department of Corrections. I think she thinks as clear now as she ever has. I think that she is able to establish goals and what she would like to do in her life. And I think on the top of that list is to give back and to try to help others. She said that no one should suffer in the way that in their treatment. There is help available, and she wants to help to get out and maybe help to promote that that concept that there's help out there. You just have to seek it. And she said she'd like to live a quiet life. She would welcome supervision if granted parole, and maybe that is the best thing about this situation. From that type of situation is that if she's granted parole, it is for life, and she will be supervised and she will be monitored by the Department of Probation and Parole Services for the rest of her life. She said that she would welcome that because that is another pillar of stability that is available for her that she can reach out to. And she said that that would be a vital and instrumental part of her life. She loves animals. She said that would like to find a job helping with dogs and cats. I often ask my clients, if you could choose and you could make these wishes come true, what would you like to do? You know, what is the job that you truly would enjoy? Often that's different than the job that we have. And I think that job for Susan is the care for animals and being involved in that area of help. In closing, I think that she has indicated to me that her desire is to make her life mean something, something other than the things that that she has done to make a positive impact in her life. I talked to somebody, I've spoken to a number of people, and I've spoken to one person that told me, they were at the trial, and they said that their impression of Susan was that she was living to die. I didn't really understand that. I think the more that I have been talking to her and preparing this case, that maybe I do. I think that has been Susan's life, is living to die for the things that she has done. And I think that what she's asking today is to ask the board to consider a parole for her, so maybe she can make something positive out of a horrific situation. I want to thank you for your time. I know I've taken a lot of time today. I would just ask if you would please consider her for release.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas, and we appreciate all
Yes,
your
ma'am.
comments.
Thank you.
And again, thank you for the very detailed packet that you presented. Ms. Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
what would you like to tell us today?
First of all, I want to say how very sorry I am.
It's okay, Susan. Just talk with us.
I know that what I did was horrible. And I would give anything if I could go back and change it. And I love Michael and Alex with all my heart.
Ms. Smith, were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol the night that you murdered your children?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Your attorney talked about working with mental health. Is that helpful to you?
Ma'am?
Mr. Thomas,
I hear you.
Mr. Thomas talked about the fact that you were working with mental health. And my question is that helpful to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something that you would be willing to continue with on the outside if you were granted parole?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Smith, your crime took a lot of resources from the law enforcement community. What, if anything, would you say to the folks who worked so hard to find your children if you had the opportunity to speak to them today?
That I'm sorry that I put them through that. I really, really am. And I'm especially sorry to the drivers that I had to find them. I wish I could take that back. I really do. I didn't lie to get away with it. I really didn't. I was just scared. I didn't know how I could tell the people that loved them that they would never see them again. I didn't know how I could tell David he couldn't see his son again. And I'm sorry. I don't know. I know that's not enough. I know it's not, but I don't know. I know those just have like words, but they come from my heart. They really do.
Right. One of the things that we review is your institutional record, and you've had some infractions throughout the years, some involving the use of some narcotics. Do you have any issues with drugs or alcohol at this point?
I don't, no ma'am, I don't.
And you had a recent disciplinary infraction just a few months ago. So why should this board think that if we grant you parole that you're going to go out and follow the rules and the laws of society if you do not follow the rules within the institution?
Well, this last infraction, I was trusted the wrong person. This lady contacted me and I trusted her. I thought she was going to do a documentary on mental health. And I really am not guilty of what they charged me with. And I have filed an appeal on that charge. And as far as your question, I've never been in trouble before, and the things that I have been found guilty of in here have been just stupidity. I know I made a lot of mistakes in here, and I have learned from them. And before this last infraction had been 10 years, because I grew up and I knew that I needed to stop making dumb decisions, and I did. I knew it was time to grow up and do the right thing. I just made a lot of dumb choices and mistakes in here. So I know I've learned from those mistakes.
What do you feel is the most important thing that you've learned while you've been incarcerated?
Ma'am?
What do you think is the most important thing that you have learned while you have been incarcerated?
That people are important, that forgiveness and love, that family is important, and that decisions we make don't just affect us, they affect the people that we love. And not to take things or people for granted.
All right. Is there anything else that you would like to tell us today that wasn't in your packet or that has not already been said?
I would just like to say that I am a Christian and God is a big part of my life, and I know He has forgiven me, and it is by His grace and mercy and I have a lot of faith, and I live by that every day. And I just ask that you show that same kind of mercy as well. And I guess, yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Are there any other questions
Okay,
from the board? Folks at Watkins, I need each of you to please state your name for the record and your relationship to Ms. Smith. Ma'am, can we begin with you, please?
Ma'am, state your name and your relationship. What? Ma'am, state your name and your relationship.
I did not, is it I?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Ann Curry, and I'm a long-term friend and supporter of Susan.
Thank you, Ms. Curry. And sir, your name, please?
And
State your name, sir, and your relationship. State your name and your relationship.
okay, I'm the Reverend Tom Curry. I've known Susan briefly when she was a teenager, when I was called in for one session each, counseling about two different matters, once by her teacher and once by Susan. And I testified in her trial, which in the sentencing phase, and I have kept up with her by writing her weekly for the last 30 years. I did this because I felt that she needed somebody to remind her that her whole life was not
caught up in that one experience, but that she could put her life back together, because her life was in such turmoil when all this happened. And I think she's a different person now. And that's what I want to talk about when I get a chance to say a word about it. I have new hearing aids, and I can't always hear your questions, but my mind's fine, and I'm just a retired Presbyterian minister alone.
Well, thank you, Mr. Curry. We appreciate that, and you're welcome. You're welcome to make your statement that you would like to make right now.
All right. Okay, I want to start with her trial.
Mr. Curry, let me interrupt you before you get too far into that. We are not here to retry her case in any form or fashion. That is not the purpose of the parole board. We are here to determine if she is a good candidate for parole, and if so, we would set the parameters of that parole. But in no way can we discuss the trial or retry her case. She was convicted of 2 counts of murder. If you'd like to speak to anything outside of that, you're welcome to.
Okay, Nina. I just want to say 2 things about the trial. I only went to the trial for one part of one morning to testify in the sentencing phase against the death penalty. And the 2 things that I picked up from the trial itself was, one, a prison guard who came, a female, who said that she had not seen a criminal as remorseful as Susan was, and that she felt her remorse for what she had done was genuine. And the second thing was, one of the jurors, the prosecuting attorney, was pushing hard for the death penalty, and the jury voted not, and they voted life, as y'all have already mentioned. But one of the jurors said that she felt like that it would be harder for Susan to live with what she had done than to die. And I thought that was a true statement. And it certainly has been for Susan during her 30 years in prison, and especially the first part of her time that she was there. It's been mentioned she attempted suicide several times, and she had a couple of run-ins where guards were able to use her for their pleasure, and that's a bad situation, and was dealt with, and she was not the only prisoner involved.
Thank you, Mr. Curry. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments. Mrs. Curry, do you wish to say anything?
Yes, please, and thank you for letting us speak. I just want to say that I really think Susan is ready for parole now. She has surrounded herself with a caring support community that advises and encourages her, and she listens to them. As Mr. Thomas said, she has done everything she can to prepare herself to live outside of prison, and taking courses and learning how to teach, and caring about other people, and working on teams and projects together. And thirdly, as both of them have said, she is not the young woman who went into prison 30 years ago. She is much stronger. She has grieved, is still grieving, will always grieve. But she's learned from it, and she has experienced paralyzing remorse and survived. Today, she wants to begin to rebuild her life, and I hope you'll give her that chance.
I want to say one more word. For the last 2 years, now remember, I wrote her for 30 years, once a week, pretty close to every week. And that is, the last 2 years, I've ended my letter by saying, Susan, you live in a needy place. Pray, share God's love with those around you and with your other contacts, but always live in hope for your own future. There is a time when you will live on your own again, past prison. And that's what I hope y'all will give her the chance to do at this time. She is a very different person from what she was 30 years ago. And I've probably been in contact with her talking about spiritual things, but also just trying to enlarge her life by telling her about what's going on in the world around her and in the Curry family. She's the same age as one of my children.
All right, thank you, Mr. Curry. We appreciate all of your comments, sir. We appreciate all of your comments and all of the information. Mr. Thomas, anything in closing, sir?
No, ma'am. Nothing further than I really would ask the board to take the time to consider Susan's request for parole. I do believe that if we look at insight into things that we've done and as far as things that we need to do to get out of the Department of Corrections and to try to make our life worthwhile or mean something, I think Susan is at that point. And hope you would consider our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Thank you, Ms. Smith, and thank you,
Yes,
Mr. and
ma'am.
Mrs. Curry. We certainly appreciate all of you joining us today. If you all will please exit the rooms, we will have an answer for you later today. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
One moment as the room clears. And the room is clear, and we do have additional testimony facilitated by the Office of Victim Services.
Please wait as all victims join from central office.
Good afternoon. You all come on in. Thank you. Can you move just a little further around so we can get everyone in? Thank you so much. Thank you. Good afternoon. You all are here for the parole consideration case of Susan Smith. Is that correct?
Yes.
We are so very, very sorry for the circumstances that brought you all to be a part of this hearing today. But we cannot tell you how much we appreciate you joining us and being here with us today. Thank you so much. Before we begin, I do need each of you to please state your name for the record and your interest in this case. Sir, can we begin with you, please?
Stand up.
You don't have to stand up. You do whatever's comfortable for you.
I'm David Smith. I'm the father of Michael and Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
I'm Tiffany Smith. I am David Smith's wife.
I'm Rebecca Smith French. I'm the aunt of Michael and Alex.
I'm Savannah Smith, and I am David's daughter, Michael and Alex's sister.
Austin Hughes. I'm a friend of the victim family.
I'm Tommy Vogt. I was the solicitor in the original trial.
I'm Kevin Brackett. I'm the 16th Circuit solicitor currently and was a prosecutor on the original case.
Laura Hudson with the current Crime Victims Council.
Mark Reynolds. I'm with the victim's family.
Billy Bailey, personal friend.
Kathy Bailey, personal friend.
Jeff Bailey, Sheriff, Union County.
Scott Cooper, Sheriff's Office, Union County.
Michael Cogdill, documentarian.
Rita Swan, aunt to Michael and Alex.
Doug Smith, Dave's uncle.
Thank you all. And again, we are so very, very sorry for the circumstances, but thank you for being here with us today. We do have the facts of the offense, and we've heard from Ms. Smith. Now we want to hear from you all, whether you were for or against parole. And if anyone would like to make a statement, you are certainly welcome to do so. Mr. Smith, would you like to begin, or would you like to conclude at the end? It's completely up to you.
conclude at the end, please.
Who would like to speak first?
I'll speak first, please, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
So I'm Tommy Pope. I was the 16th Circuit Solicitor, and this was a death penalty case. And the reason it was a death penalty case, the solicitor has that discretion, but the reason it was a death penalty case, the facts and circumstances. And I just felt strongly that had the black man with the toboggan committed the crime, people would expect a death penalty. If David Smith had committed the crime, people would expected the death penalty. And I thought it was very important that the betrayal that Susan Smith showed, that she be treated the same. We knew it was going to be difficult. We knew there was a likelihood of not achieving the death penalty. But I think it's important to note the jury at the time actually asked, what did life mean? And if you may be aware, but in that time, life did not mean life. Life became life in 96. We tried the case in 95. So the jury was asked, and the judge was required to instruct the jury that you take life and death in its plain and usual meaning. Carrying that forward, the jury showed her mercy. The jury gave her a life sentence. But one of the jurors, or more of the jurors, after the fact and speaking to the media, said that they believed the life sentence was the greater punishment because they believed that Susan should have to reflect on what she did to Michael and Alex, that she should have to spend the rest of her life thinking about what she'd done. The two fallacies in that logic that the jury could not have known are, number one, obviously we're here today, so life did not mean life. Number two, and you have it before you, Susan's conduct from the day she rolled the kids in the lake. The defense claimed a botched suicide, but she was able to save herself. She was able to blame a black guy. She wasn't wet. She wasn't injured when she runs to the house and concocts this story. Susan has always focused on Susan. I will believe to the end of my time that Susan made a horrible, horrible choice to choose a man over her family. I said the boys were in the car, her wedding gown was in the car, her wedding album was in the car. She thought in a nice package she could roll that away. If she could have put David in the car, he would have been there too. In a nice package, she could roll that away and start this new life with this other man. And she led everyone on, including David, for 9 horrible days. And so as you look at her conduct in prison, whether it was a relationship with guards, the social media, the attention, the conduct recently with the publisher, Susan, she's got people outside. I'm sure you've heard from them that want to take care of her. Susan has always focused on what's best for Susan. And so the evidence that you have before you, I think, tells clearly that she has not focused on Michael and Alex. She only has and continues to focus on herself. And so on behalf of this family, on behalf of justice and the justice for this case, it's not about her behavior or what she would do when getting out, but I know one of your criteria is the nature of the crime and whether the punishment is there. And I would submit for the crime she committed, the action she committed, that punishment has not been achieved yet. And so I would ask you to deny parole. Now, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Solicitor Cody. Appreciate it. Would anyone else like to speak?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Madam Chairman, Chair Lady, and members of the board, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. I was on the prosecution team that handled the prosecution along with Solicitor Pope and Speaker Pope now, who you just heard from. I wanted to bring to you a couple of vignettes from the case to help bring this alive for you. In the course of preparing for today, I've gone back over the case. I've reviewed the file. I've pulled some of the evidence out, which is in a closet just off my office. Evidence like the note that was written to Susan Smith by her boyfriend, the man she was cheating on her husband with, who told her in the note that he could not be with her anymore because he didn't want children, and that they had no long-term future because he didn't want children. And then 1 week later, she's rolling her car down the ramp at John D. Long Lake with her 2 children strapped into the back. She betrayed her husband when she cheated on him, and she betrayed her children against the laws of nature when she should have been sworn to protect those children. She betrayed them when she left them in the seat and rolled that car down, and she was not trying to commit suicide. She was trying to change her life. She wanted to kill her old life and start anew. She was wearing a sweatshirt that the man who she was cheating with had given to her when she was on TV 2 hours later after claiming that a black man in a toboggan had carjacked her and spirited her 2 children away. How many black men in red Mazdas got pulled over across the country because they were looking for those 2 kids and they were looking for this fictitious man that didn't exist, purely a figment of her imagination? I was on the banks of John D. Long Lake, standing there with about 40 or 45 people, 50 people, as the tow truck from Greer's Wrecker launched its line into the water where divers hooked it up to the car and pulled it out. Total silence as that car emerged from the dark water. Everybody sitting there hoping and praying that maybe it was a different car. Maybe it was a wrong car. Maybe the kids weren't in there. Not a word was said. It was one of the most haunting memories of my life, and it will live with me forever. And that's the last point I want to make. You're going to hear from this man, and he's going to tell you what this did to him. I can't begin to describe it. I sat in court and listened to him testify, and it was heart-wrenching as he described that his hopes and dreams for the future were destroyed that night when she killed their 2 children. This didn't just traumatize him. It traumatized Union. It traumatized South Carolina. The entire country was in the grips of her lie and her treachery. The entire country. This was a global sensation. People were fixated on this. They're not the only victims. And on behalf of the community that I represent now, I don't believe she should ever be released from jail until the last person alive who remembers Michael and Alex is dead. And that will not be in her lifetime. She should never be released. And she should not be released now. His hopes and dreams were dashed. I hope you dash hers today and every 2 years hereafter.
Thank you so much. Does anyone else wish to speak? You're welcome to stay seated if you're more comfortable, whatever's best for you.
Great, thank you. I'm going to read what I wrote. Okay, it's easier if you don't mind. When Susan murdered Michael and Alex, she altered the course of my life and my family's life forever. Having grown up with 3 older brothers, Susan was like the sister I never had. I was a teenage mom of just 16, so I looked up to her and even admired her. I thought she was the best mother to the boys, and I strived to be just like her. I would even leave my own daughter with her while I attended night school. Susan betrayed us and took the lives of those boys and then lied about it. For days, when she did this, she destroyed a trust in me that I've never regained. And as a result, I do not develop close relationships with others easily, in particular females. Anxiety and depression have plagued my life for years. I push it away during spring and summer as best possible, but it always creeps back up around Alex's birthday when it rolls around in August, because I know Michael's won't be far behind in October. And then the anniversary of their death on the 25th. In my mind, I always refer to this period of time as the sad months. Throughout my career, the majority of any time missed at work is around Michael and Alex's birthdays and the anniversary of their death. I stay in bed and sleep to deal with the depression. It's just easier this way, or at least it seems to be. Something as simple as taking up a new hobby turned into a nightmare for me last year. My boyfriend and I decided to take scuba diving lessons. I geared up with all the equipment, face mask on, oxygen tank on my back, stepped off the side of the pool into 15 feet of water and immediately sank to the bottom from all the weight I was carrying. Normally you'd remember to breathe and begin to ascend as I had studied for all the weeks leading up to that point, but nothing prepared me for dropping into a body of water and the feeling of being weighted down, unable to breathe, and seeing Michael and Alex's face. I immediately panicked, ripping off my face mask, sucking in water, and not being able to come to the surface from all the weight I was carrying. I was drowning. And I knew in that moment that was the closest I'd ever come to knowing what my nephews had endured and how horrific and scared their last moments had to have been. Something as simple as taking up a new hobby was yet one more thing Susan was taken from me. In over 25 years, I have found myself finding comfort going to the cemetery where the boys are buried. Beside our older brother, I go there often and I will tidy up their graves. Where people have left trinkets or gifts and I talk to them. I go there when I'm happy. I go there when I'm upset. Rainy days, sunny days, cold days and hot days, it doesn't matter. It brings me peace just being there. But as a result, I'm not able to bring myself to move away from Union County because now I don't want to leave them. We have missed Michael and Alex since kindergarten graduations, numerous birthdays, birthday parties, summer vacations, Easters, along with annual Easter egg hunts at Meemaw's, Thanksgivings, Christmases, football, soccer, baseball games, proms, high school graduations, possible marriages, and births of their own children. We don't know because they never had a chance. They never had a chance to live a life of their own. Susan took that from them. She took that from us all. And now she wants a chance to be free after only serving 30 years. No. Life should mean life. I'm respectfully asking you to please deny her request for parole. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
I apologize if I get a little bit emotional. I drove down from Detroit on Monday night, which was Halloween before of that week. And a young man, middle-aged man then, I'm an old man now, but the boys never got to. As Becky said, they missed a lot. They missed their life. Today they would be in their 30s. David would probably be a granddad. The boys were still here. I took my sister out to the lake yesterday, and it's a beautiful drive out there. I was just thinking, all that time she had time to change her mind, to stop and turn around and not go through with it, but she did. And then the boys were gone. A year later, I came back down for the trial. Tommy Polk did a good job. They proved that she was guilty. During the sentencing trial, they came back and recommended life. Tommy had argued for the death penalty. The family was for death penalty. They come back and recommended life. But we said, well, we'll live with it. You know, she'll have to live with it every day for the rest of her life. So we were satisfied with life, but we do not want a parole. We were against any parole for her. And then two other items going back 30 years, the Friday morning after apologize. But the Friday morning after David, his dad, my brother's wife, and I, the four of us, were sitting at Holcomb Funeral Home in Union and discussing the funeral arrangements. David asked to see the boys, and Mr. Holcomb had a funny look on his face, and he said, "Mr. Smith, could I see you?" So we went out, and he said, "You know, your nephew can't see the boys." And he told me why. He said, "You know, the boys were in the water for 9 days." So went back and told David, I said, it's better that you don't see the boys. And I think deep down he understood why. The next day, Saturday, three of us, David, his dad, and I went out to the Bougainville United Methodist Church Cemetery and to look where the boys are going to be buried. And David's brother, Danny, who had died 3 years earlier, was buried there. David wanted his boys buried next to his brother, their uncle. But the way the cemetery was laid out, there was no room for the boys to be put next to Danny. So I found the cemetery custodian and asked him if it were possible to move Danny. And he said, well, yes, if that's what the family wants, we can move Danny. So I went back and saw my brother. Said, David wants the boys to be next to their uncle. Would you have a problem if we moved Danny? And he said, no. So if you go out to the cemetery, you'll find that Danny and the boys are side by side.
Does anyone else wish to speak?
Yes, I'll go this.
Yes, ma'am.
So as David's wife, I have stood by him for the last 30 years and watched his pain, his suffering, his dark days that you cannot imagine. It's been hard as a loving wife to stand back and watch him suffer the pain that he has gone through. To not want to get out of bed some days. To not be able to get out of bed. Because the pain was so much for him. And for 30 years, we had thought this day would never come. But yet here we are. I don't feel that it's time for her to be let out because she took 2 lives. She didn't just take 1. She took 2 precious little boys that we haven't been able to watch grow up. And as Becky stated earlier, all the things that we've missed out on because of them not being here, all the things they missed out on growing up in and doing. And for her to be in prison for the last 30 years, you would think that she would have thought about what she's done. She would have said, I'm sorry. But she hasn't said, I'm sorry. She hasn't even called him. She hasn't even told him she was sorry. Much less the world. For 9 days, all I can think about is how much she lied and manipulated everybody. The whole world. I watched it and believed her myself. I wanted her to be telling the truth. But to be betrayed by her lies. And that just makes me feel like if she could do that then, whatever she's told you today, I'm sure were probably lies as well. Because she has shown in her last 30 years what she does in prison. She's all about herself. It's all about what she can do to make her life better. Michael and Alice didn't get a chance at life. They were forced the death penalty. She took that from them. The lives of this family has been forever changed. It caused us to be a little overprotective of our now daughter, a little bit more than we probably should have been, because we were afraid something might happen to her. It's changed the way we look at life. It's changed the way that we look at everybody. Who can I trust? For a long time, I didn't trust a lot of people. I had to be careful, around certain people. I didn't know if I could trust them or not, all because of her lies. So to give this family some peace, it would be best if Susan stayed behind bars and stay in prison for the rest of her life. I respectfully ask you to keep her in. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak for Mr. Smith? Sheriff, anyone? Yes, ma'am.
Forgive me. Most of what I have to say is going to be pretty redundant. But primarily, I would just like to focus on, since I came after the fact, what I had stolen from me was 2 older brothers, the good and the bad of having older siblings. And I now try to use my life as a way to live for them. And growing up, I didn't quite understand it my whole life, but when I finally did, I felt like I had witnessed it, like I was there. The pain that not only was caused to me in like a domino effect, but what I have seen firsthand with my father, my aunt, and our whole hometown. We can no longer say that we're from Union County without Susan's actions being brought up. And just for the sake of all of us and our whole community, I ask that you deny her request.
Mr. Smith, you're welcome to stay seated if you want to.
Madam Chairman, members of the committee. It's been a tough 30 years. I'm not here to speak about what she's done in prison. You all have the records, accounts of all that. I'm just here to advocate on Michael and Alex's behalf and as their father. God gives us free choice. And she made free choice that night to end her life. This wasn't a tragic mistake. It wasn't something that she didn't mean to do. She purposely meant to end her life. I never have felt any remorse from her for it. She's never expressed any to me. I never seen it on paper. No, you've heard, she changed my life for the rest of my life that night. Some for the better, some for the worse, but what she did, not only to Michael and Alex, she came pretty close to causing me to end my life because of the grief that she brought upon me. But thankfully she didn't. I understand back in 95 that through the state's law, life in prison meant 30 years to life. And now that's different, but at that time, that's what counts. I understand that. But ultimately, to me, that's only 15 years per child. Her own children. It's just not enough. So I'm asking that you please deny her parole today. And hopefully in the future, but specifically today. Not let her out. I miss them very much. And I love them very much. And I will be here every 2 years going forward to ensure that their death doesn't go in vain. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. Again, please know how very, very sorry this board is to all of you for all the pain that this crime caused you. But we sincerely appreciate you all being here with us today. Thank you very much. And thank you for the reminder with the picture of Alex and Michael. They were beautiful children. So thank you for reminding us of that today. We wish you the very best. And if no one else has anything else that they would like to say, if you all will exit with these ladies over here, we'll have an answer for you shortly. Thank you so much for being here. The room is clear. As a reminder, Mrs. Mira did recuse herself. Ms. Susan Smith is denied parole. The vote is unanimous, numbers 1 and 6. Thank you.
Thank you. The time now is 12:51 p.m. We will pause our recording. Ms. Hunter, if you can advise when the recording has been paused.
The recording has been paused.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This is Valerie Suber, Associate Deputy Director for Paroles, Pardons, and Relief Services. If everyone would just give me a moment to give some instructions. As the room clears from the board, I would like for media to pay attention. You are given the next 15 minutes for bathroom break. Please use the restroom. Prepare yourselves for the press conference. We will allow you into the building beginning 15 minutes from now. Once we check you in, we'll start the press conference once everybody is inside. If there are any questions, please address them to the staff and we'll get you an answer as quickly as possible. Again, there is 15 minutes between the time we're ending this and beginning entrance back into the building. Anybody who is in the building who needs to leave and get their cameras or phones are allowed to do so during that 15-minute period and then check back in at the front door. Thank you all so much. And the board will be at recess for lunch.
There you have it. This was very difficult to watch. Michael and Alex's father, right there, much younger, 30 years ago, David Smith, basically pleading with the parole board in South Carolina to deny Susan Smith parole. The headline is, "It has been denied." Susan Smith denied parole after 30 years behind bars for the murder of her two children. You're looking at the headstone right there. Look how short those lives were, 91 to 94 and 93 to 94. They'd be in their 30s now. There they are. Joe Patuto, the professor, she messaged me while this was going on, suggesting that, we cover it because it's important. And we were. Joe, welcome, and just your thoughts on what we just witnessed.
Yeah, I have so many conflicting thoughts about this. Let me start with the sort of the pure, dry, legal part of this. 30 years is a long time to be in prison. There are a lot of, European countries and other jurisdictions where 30 years would not be a sentence for a first-degree murder. And also, I think it's probably very clear she wouldn't recidivate. So those are the two arid facts I have. And then I have all the other things. The what's so clear from a parole hearing, probably even more so than victim statements at a trial, is how impactful forever, the act of one person can be on so many lives. You had the daughter, the sister of these boys that she never met, and the impact on her that goes on forever and ever. It's searing. And the fact that every 2 years a family, because there's a possibility of parole, has to go through this over and over again. You hear family members at trial saying living through the trial, brings back the pain and the loss of having to do the trial. But for parole hearings, that's in every 2 years having to go through this. I guess the other thing, I've got a lot of thoughts, but the one that that hits me the most, if I'm not a behavioralist, I'm law trained, I'm not a psychologist, but if you can pair what I thought were the genuine emotions of all those family members against the demeanor and what Susan Smith said, she does not, for me, come across as authentic at all. She never mentioned the names of her two children. It was more I feel bad. It was all me, and not, focused on those two kids. And you measure that against, the uncle, the husband, the second wife, the aunt, the people who spoke. And it just seems to me that there was just no comparison in the feelings and the genuineness of what they were saying.
Well said, and I agree with you completely. Watching David Smith and his wife and his daughter speak compared to watching Susan Smith was night and day. Just to sort of recap, for those of you who are just joining us, obviously parole has been denied for Susan Smith. Tommy Thomas, he's an attorney in South Carolina. He does this kind of work. He had been working with Susan Smith, and he kind of presented the case as to why she should be paroled. He started off by saying it was one of the most complicated cases. He referred to it as an incident, obviously trying to minimize the seriousness of it, and then went into this whole thing about how the story is really a mental health story, and that trying to figure out the rhyme or reason would basically be, a moot point. He went on to say it's about the dangers of untreated mental health, about old stigmas, says that Susan was hospitalized as a young teen. The mother told people that she was in there for strep because it was, so stigmatized. But all the way through this, it wasn't just Susan Smith who didn't say the names. Joe Patuto, we didn't hear the attorney here making the case for her. I thought that was a fatal flaw on his part. I mean, I think he needed to acknowledge the family and the boys who didn't do it.
No, it's and I'd like to I remember this case. And I remember watching the TV, wasn't a press conference, but when she was talking about, and she said it was a black man who had kidnapped the two kids. So she, and one of the prosecutors talked about that, injecting a race element in South Carolina 30 years ago, which is, a whole extra, I think, level of malevolence. But I remember her. I mean, assuming, and I don't, that the mental illness meant that she could not distinguish between right and wrong, and she could not stop herself, but even if you assume that, for 9 days afterwards, she got in front of the press and the media and just lied about it. So you have this eruption in the moment that you can't control. You can't explain the 9 days afterwards. And I thought was it the uncle who talked about the police officer saying the boy's father should not see the bodies? I mean, imagine if she had spoken immediately, he would have been able to see his children. They would have been deceased. They weren't going to come back to life, but he would have had that chance. That 9 days made that impossible. And you can just imagine, what the state of those two little boys, was. And I just don't believe that. I mean, lots of people, and I don't want to minimize mental illness or bad. I was fortunate to have parents who cared, and a family where I think we were all reasonably mentally sane. And so I don't want to minimize the trauma and the damage that can be done to children if they don't have a solid upbringing, and what mental disability can do. But you still have a choice in this. And there are lots of people who go through these same sorts of things, but they don't turn around and murder a 3-year-old and 1-year-old and murder them in such an awful way, pushing them into the water, where I don't know how long it took, but they certainly didn't die immediately.
It was 6 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, it's an awful, awful story. And I'm not surprised that the parole board didn't grant parole. And, I said at the start, other jurisdictions take a different view about how long, a sentence should be. But the people of a state have a right to decide how they want to determine sentences should be. When parole, if you get parole, does life mean life? And those choices should be honored. And even though in South Carolina at the time, parole was available after 30 years,
Joe, this is good. We're watching here. There's going to be about to be a press conference that the COE and Space Coast here are getting ready behind the scenes. It looks like they're going to start momentarily. That is Tommy Pope. David Smith is out front too. It looks like they're going to start. Let's listen in here.
We tried to get you to speak first time. Oh, you? Yeah. David is not going to take questions. I know they've told you guys that, but he appreciates you being here today and supporting the family. Obviously, it's a positive decision today, but David wants to say a few words to you. Thank you.
Wow. Today has been 30 years coming. Wasn't sure how to feel, what to expect. I know what I was hoping. I think, Susan, in the last 30 years, through her action, has continued to proven that it's all about her. What all this has done to her, how it has affected her. I haven't seen any remorse from her. So for her to think that I would even speak on her behalf, I do not understand that. But it's been such a tough 30 years for my family, for friends, loved ones, near and far. But today, the committee made the right decision and denied her parole, at least for another 2 years. So I'm not looking forward to it in 2 more years to go through this again, but at least I know for now she'll still be behind bars. And for 2 more years, there'll still be justice for Michael and Alex. Thank you.
You want me to answer if they have any? We got Kevin Brackett, who was my deputy solicitor at the time. Kevin is now the solicitor in York and Union counties. He tried the case with me. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer. Yes, sir.
Are you surprised by the result?
Personally, now I've got to speak for me. David and his family, he can speak for himself, but we were cautiously optimistic. I think, as David said, she's demonstrated that it's always been about Susan from the day she committed the crime. And so I think we're hopeful, we're happy. It's unfortunate that the law wasn't what it is now, that life meant life, because I mean, as we spent the last 3 hours together, kind of reminiscing as a family, and we'll all be back 2 years from now, or as Solicitor Brackett said, as long as somebody's remembering Michael and Alex, we'll all be back here.
She mentioned living with her brother if she gets out. Would you want to see her back in the community?
From the folks I've spoken to in the union community, they are ready to quit being the place where Susan Smith killed her children. I think the family members have said it's robbed them of their community and the love of their community. Absolutely, the best thing would be if Susan was ever paroled is that she would just disappear and go be anonymous somewhere. But unfortunately, we know based on her behavior that that's not going to happen.
No, I think, as I told the parole board, she traumatized not just the family, but she traumatized that entire community and left a scar on Union that will exist as long as people remember what she did, which is going to be for a long time. So I don't think anybody would be excited to see her return.
Yes, sir.
After having to seek the death penalty, or after seeking the death penalty and this ending up the way it did, what will it mean to have to do this every 2 years?
It is a torture for this family. It was a reunion of sorts. I've shared with you before that I don't contact these folks because we represent a bad time in their lives. But when I see them, I mean, I'll start crying now talking about it. The sad thing is that every 2 years, as David said, the clock starts ticking. I mean, 30 years seems like it went like this, but the flip side is that this is a strong family. David has put it from the beginning that it's about Michael and Alex. And as long as I can draw breath and be here to support them, and I know the family feels the same, we'll be here. Yes, ma'am.
I'm not sure you saw the statement that Susan Smith delivered earlier today. She was tearful, she appeared remorseful, but do you think she's the same woman that she was 3 years ago?
I believe Susan is the same woman she was 30 years ago when she laughed in the courtroom when the jury wasn't in and cried as soon as the jury came in. And I got no reason to believe anything different. We weren't able to see the feed that you guys saw, so I don't know if you saw. Kevin and I were discussing all the way from the day she called David Smith and he came out to the house, and he's on television, looks like a man who just told he lost his children, and Susan's excited about being on television. So I believe her to be the same. Solicitor, you may want to weigh in.
Yes, sir, I completely agree. You look at her record in jail and ask yourself, does this appear to be a woman who's changed her behavior, changed her life? If she were released, she would capitalize on this. She would attempt to monetize her fame. She does not need to be out of jail. She needs to stay in jail. These boys had 140 to 150 years of life ahead of them. She should stay there at least that long.
Attorney, I'm the Reverend, and we want to say we appreciate y'all hard work y'all done, because the black families and a lot of young black men were being attacked, because of what she said, and you went down and got the truth. And as a minister and for other ministers, I come to tell y'all, thank y'all for what y'all done.
Reverend,
David, we'll pray for you and your family too.
Reverend, I want to tell you, I appreciate it. I've been asked over the years about the racial aspect of it. And I'll tell you, that community, you know, they think because we're Southern, because we sound like me, that there's going to be an issue. That community handled that issue. A reporter asked an African-American lady in Union, what do you think about the community blaming a black man? And she said the community didn't blame a black man. Susan Smith blamed the black man. So I appreciate your words here, and I know the family does.
I told him, when the police come, put your hands up and just say, I ain't done nothing, mister. I ain't got no gun. I ain't got no children.
Yes.
And the police were very respectful. They came to search the house. They pulled the guys over that was in the red Mazda, and they checked out and they wasn't there. They treated people fair. But we thank you because you went down and got the truth out.
Well, I made a point of telling the parole board that those people, how many black men who happen to resemble the man she imagined driving a red Mazda in California or Colorado or Missouri, how many of those people got pulled over because of what she did? They're all victims too.
You mentioned too, you said if it had been a black man who had been arrested and charged, he wouldn't have gotten the death penalty. If it had been David Smith, he wouldn't have gotten the death penalty. What made it different for Susan?
I think the difference for Susan Smith was a combination, and only really the jurors can answer that. I think the fact the trial was in Union and you're going to see the same people at the grocery store every day, I think that made a difference. I think it makes us uncomfortable. It's actually a lot easier to blame the criminal or blame the father. We leave our kids at home every day with our mothers, and, you know, we don't think about it, you know, and so I think it was unsettling. And they wanted to think there was some reason. It's hard for us to grasp that Susan's sole reason was selfishness and what was best for Susan.
And it's precisely that betrayal, because people expect their mothers to protect their children and lay down their very lives for them. And it's precisely that betrayal that makes this case so disturbing and such a terrible crime.
How does the community move forward after today's showing? We still got a path ahead. How do you
I think the difficulty is for these folks moving forward. I think Union, just like I'll always be the Susan Smith prosecutor, Union will always be the place where Susan Smith took Michael and Alex's life. I think where your prayers need to be, Reverend, is praying, as you said, for this family and for God's peace on them, because they're going to be dealing with it long after we go back home. Hug your kids tonight. Remember the positive things and remember how hard this family fought and what they've been through and how they stood strong for Michael and Alex. Thank you, guys. Yes.
Bernie brought up her past as far as her dad committed suicide.
Yes.
How much do you think that played a role in the court? You think you thought about that enough?
I think the defense presented that, you know, all the way back in death penalty, and I think that may have helped in mitigation. You know, she went from Susan the monster at the time of the crime to Susan the victim when we're trying it in July. But the truth is, if you peel back the facts, as horrible as that is, she made choices. It's like David said today. She chose. If it had been a botched suicide, she could have shown up at that house wet. She could have shown up at that house injured. She could have come and said, I made a horrible mistake. She didn't. It was all about what's best for Susan. And so those are sad, tragic circumstances may have made the woman she is, but the woman she is made a horrible decision and took two precious lives. Ready, guys?
Yeah.
Good. Thank you for your time today. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you, David, and y'all do a good job, David. We pray for you and your family. We pray for you. And we pray for you. Turn God protect you. I was saying that day you told me to keep the real. I said, I never forget that. Y'all take it easy.
Hey, Charles.
That was obviously a press conference there with the family and Tommy Pope, who's the solicitor, head of Union County there in terms of prosecuting. He prosecuted the case originally. The slightly more heavy set gentleman is the current solicitor, both obviously speaking out, saying that no way should it be 15 years per child, that she needs to spend the rest of her life behind bars. Gonna just talk with Joe for about 5 minutes, because then I've got another commitment with a lawyer, for a pre-taping that we were both sidetracked because of breaking news. And then we're going to be back at 5 o'clock on this with Gigi McKelvey and Dr. Roger Rhodes. And then at 7 o'clock, we're looking at Suzanne Simpson. But Susan Smith, just to recap here, and then we'll get some final thoughts from Joe. She started off by saying how very sorry I am, and then just began to cry. Some people don't think the tears were real. Tommy Thomas, her lawyer, had to step in and say, "It's okay, Susan." And then she continued on saying, "I know what I did was horrible. I'd give anything if I can go back and change it. Michael and Alex are my heart." And then she's asked a variety of questions. So she did mention, it is true, she mentioned the boys once, Joe Patuto, but a lot of I's, a lot of me's, and a lot of excuses for a unimaginable, horrific crime. And the context is important too, because I was doing some reading last night, and this area of South Carolina at this time was actually a hotbed for the Ku Klux Klan. And so there's a lot of racial tension. And then to pin it on a fictional black man, it had the entire community, the black community, really frightened. People were scared to leave their homes. They thought that, something would happen to them, and it spread throughout the country. I mean, it became this crazy story. I know you were around for these times. Other people were not, Joe, but it's hard to overstate how big a story this was when it happened.
Yeah, it was a huge story. And I think I was trying to remember, I think this, at the time, hearing from parents when a child was kidnapped or an event like that, those public appeals by parents were not frequently or readily covered. So she stood out as someone who was in front of the cameras talking about what had occurred, which I think also for me is one of the reasons why I remember it so vividly, that she was out there telling this story over and over again. And anybody, you don't have to be a parent to just be pulled emotionally when it's a year-old and a 3-year-old who have disappeared. It was just, and so the story just built and built. She was in front of the cameras more than once, talking about what had occurred. But what struck me today is what I started out saying, that that the impact of something like this is just devastating on families and people who know the victims. But today just reinforces that devastating impact, doesn't go away. It may lessen for a while, but boy, it can be brought up in a second, and it's like you're living it all over again. And those statements by the family members were just, it was hard to listen to them. The sort of the deep emotion and the feeling and then you picture these little boys who could have had successful careers. They could have been parents. They could have done so many things with their lives, and they ended up in the water dead.
Yeah. See, Daza here was big news here in Australia. It really, the entire world was watching it. She was on the Today Show the same day that she confessed to crime. Hours earlier on the Today Show, she said, and I quote here, "As a mother, it's only a natural instinct to protect your children from any harm. And the hardest part of this whole ordeal is not knowing if your children are getting what they need to survive. And it hurts." I mean, it's crazy that she said that. And then hours later, she's literally confessing to the crime. So she made her plea today for, being paroled, and it was promptly shut down. Obviously, the toughest person to hear from, and the one who looks most affected. And I think, look, the whole family here is affected. The community is affected. So I think it's important to remember that whenever there's a crime like this, or any, serious criminal case, it's not just the actual victims. Of course, they are the most important ones to focus on, but just to, give the Markells as an example, it is the Ruth Markel, Dan's mother. It is his father, his sister, even the convicted killer, Charlie Adelson. It's his son. The ripple effect is crazy here. But David Smith went on. He got up there, no notes, nothing, just looked devastated, and started off by saying it's been a tough 30 years. And he said, "I'm not here to speak about what she's done in prison." He did not use her name. He used the pronoun. He said, I'm just here to advocate on Michael and Alex's behalf. He said, and my dad would have loved this. God gives us free choice. My dad was all about that. She purposely, he said, meant to end their lives. And he says, I've never felt any remorse from her. This is her ex-husband, and she's never expressed any to me. At the end, he says, I love them very much. I miss them very much. And I'll be here every 2 years to make sure she did not die in vain. Joe Patuto, get your final thoughts. But before that, what about the fact that now every 2 years, this can happen? I guess she
Yeah,
can
it's
request, hearing,
oh,
and it's going to
yeah,
put the family through it every 2 years now.
every single time, every single time. And because the facts of the crime were seed, and because there are fewer and fewer people who will remember those press conferences and remember the story as vividly, it's harder and harder to confront the parole request. It just becomes harder.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think what they're going to have to do is start in some of the testimony and some of the clips from what she said at the time, just to remind people of how awful it was. The thing that struck me also was the current solicitor talking about being at the side when they were pulling that car out of the water and hoping that they wouldn't see those children in the car. And I was reminded if I needed to be reminded of how really difficult those jobs are, of the police who are constantly confronting people doing horrendous things to each other, and then looking at, victims who've been mutilated and killed and mistreated, and little children. It's horrific, and that's their daily, that's their job, in order to bring those people to justice. And I don't think we can, I mean, I know they make mistakes, and none of us are perfect, but I don't think we can undervalue what they bring to the table in doing those jobs and having to live through this sort of thing and see what so-called human beings can inflict on others.
Yeah. Not much to say other than I think people are relieved that Susan Smith will remain in custody at least till the next set of parole hearings, which would be 2 years from now. Our thoughts go out, obviously, to David Smith, his entire family, Tommy Pope, who prosecuted the case, Alex and Michael. People are not going to forget about them. And you heard one of the victims say that, she often goes, and she was completely broken, but she often goes to the cemetery still to see the boys, and that David Smith's own brother is buried in the same cemetery. So that was heavy. Ned Smith says it best right here. Those sweet little faces. I mean, look how cute they were. They'd be in their early 30s right now, but they never got a chance to grow up, which is exactly why Susan Smith is remaining in prison. And many people hope for the rest of her time on this earth. I want to thank Professor Joe Patuto, as always, for coming on. We will be back at 5 with 2 shows at 5 and 7. And appreciate you being here. Love you,
Anytime.
America. Yeah, thank you, Joe. Love you, Jersey. Love you, South Carolina. And let's think about Michael and Alex today and the Smith family.